The Surrogate, by Kendra Brown. A romancely.com story. Blurb. A surrogate pregnancy, millionaire, interracial romance book. Esther has always loved her life of independence and never wanted to rely on others for help. But now that she's run out of money, she must find a way to make ends meet for and her teenage daughter. And that solution is to become a millionaire's surrogate. When Archie is signing up to find a surrogate mother, he never expected to come across his high school sweetheart, Esther. And their reunion sparks an undeniable romance, as if they never parted ways. Yet, as secrets from the past resurface and intertwine with their present, Esther and Archie stand at a crossroads. Will they seize this opportunity for a passionate relationship, rekindling the flames of their past? Or will the weight of their secrets and the stress of the pregnancy tear them apart once more? Find out in this Surrogate BWWM romance story by Kendra Brown.
If you want more BWWM romances like this, please, my love, be sure to subscribe to the Romancely YouTube channel. I look forward to spending more time with you. Subscribe and let's make it happen.
Chapter 1. The marble floors gleamed as she stared down at the freshly polished surface. Past her scuffed ankle boots, her mocha-colored face and natural curls reflected back at her. Under the light of the antique chandelier, the white shimmering stone reminded her of an ice skating rink. Esther remembered loving skating as a young girl, going to Rockefeller Center and fighting off crowds to take it all in. She remembered the pain of blisters and laughter like they were still on her skin. She remembered the warmth of a familiar hand she always skated beside. Even though she had lived only in Westchester, Manhattan visits were a rare treat. Now, in the Manhattan brownstone, Esther realized that the island had lost that shimmering allure. Her two-bedroom out near Prospect Park in Brooklyn was a poor comparison to the old house on the tree-lined street. However, the mansion she was inside put all of that real estate to shame. Meticulously restored to its original glory, the ruby-red silken wallpaper hinted at elegant printing of fanciful patterns. The gold-framed paintings of regal ancestors looked down with their bemused expressions. The leather bench she sat on now was the same shade of brown as the desk in the coat closet, being repurposed as a secretary's space. It was not as nearly as bad as it seemed, though. Esther's kitchen was smaller than that closet. The chatty secretary's low antiquated heels clicked on the marble as the elevator let her off. She brushed back her silver hair, typing away in her tablet. Searching for Esther through her thick cat-eye glasses, the busybody returned to the little makeshift office as she called out to Esther. "Mr. MacArthur is free to speak with you now. Take the elevator to floor 3, Mississippi." "Thank you, Mrs. Petralla." Esther waved, noticing the old woman did not recognize her. "May I leave my coat here?" The woman nodded, still oblivious. Esther did not blame her. It had been over 2 decades since they had spoken. Back then, Lucia Petralla worked as the head secretary for Archie's father, James Archibald MacArthur, III. Esther had also been 13, and wore braces in a school uniform. Her hair was wild, and she wore no makeup but a little bubblegum lip gloss. Her skin was not as well moisturized, and so her ashen elbows were not a dead giveaway anymore. So much time had passed for Esther, but not for Mrs. Petralla. The aging woman seemed to be a preserved antique, much like the portraits and chandelier, but the technology in her hands was indeed new. Taking the right down the small hall, Esther found the golden elevator was slowly drifting down again to the main level. Esther's eyes wandered as she waited patiently. She recognized photographs of the MacArthur family. Their austerity of Mr. James MacArthur, III, and his wife Nora. Aunt Nora, Esther had called her when she was tiny. The laughter in her captured eyes was just as Esther remembered. The ding and small light came as the doors slid open. An architect was still getting his bag together as he stepped out. She let the architect man pass with his blueprints and a distant expression. The look in his eye meant that Archie's insisting nature and charisma had left that man with much more work to do and in need of a stiff drink. Same old Archie, Esther muttered to herself as she stepped inside the little dark elevator. As the lift rose upward, so did Esther's chest. The reminder brought back the memory of the meeting 2 months before in the waning summer days when she met her new client at the high-end restaurant in Carroll Gardens. He insisted he had been wanting an excuse to go there after reading a review in the Times. He had sipped a cocktail with rhubarb, and she tried not to faint. It was as if he was saying to her again. The scene of the past played like a film for her eyes only. Esther, when I saw you on the registry of possible surrogates. Well, it seemed like fate. You looked as lovely as you ever did in that photograph, and I had forgotten how perfect your smile was. I have a gap in my teeth. She shook her head. It is a perfect imperfection. He grinned, showing the same impish twist of his lips he had used when concocting schemes to terrorize his nannies. I always enjoyed it. You teased me about it, she said, sipping her water. You wanted to shove your antique coins into my mouth like a slot once. Just so you would share your bubblegum. Archie laughed. And those memories are fading for me. Your youth may be alive and well, but my best days are behind me. I have been searching for the last 2 years for someone to be my surrogate. One I selected, but it did not end up being successful. When I saw that smile again, I knew that if I tried with you it would have to work. Esther looked over the menu absent-mindedly as she retorted, Have you not tried the old-fashioned way? You could find yourself a nice girl and settle down. Are you offering? Archie raised his eyebrows with curiosity. No. We tried that a long time ago. We were teenagers. It was one winter break. It was enough, Esther replied, remembering all too well. Archie shook his head in return. Essie, that is why I will not be able to start a family the old-fashioned way as you call it. I cannot seem to keep a woman for more than a few months. I suffer from being married to my company much like the James Archibald MacArthur men before me. I have offered double your price, and you know you can be involved in the child's life as much or as little as you want. Esther had been on the brink of saying no again, but temptation had her teetering back and forth. She was desperate for the money. She had others to think about. While it was also the 21st century, snobs and prejudiced people still existed. Her child could be outcast as a black child born from a surrogate in Archie's wealthy social circles. Even if the child ever went to meet Esther's cousins in New Orleans, the South would have plenty to say about the baby. A million reasons to say no raced through her mind, but her old friend knew exactly how to quiet them. Archie took her hand and looked at her with his soft blue eyes that were the color of a pristine pond. Esther wondered how many women swam in those eyes. Archie, Esther began to shake her head as her old friend took her hand. It took her back to winters with Archie. It took her back to ice skating. It took her to the elevator she now exited as her mind shifted to the present. As the golden doors opened, Esther stepped into a timeless room set ablaze by the setting sun. The wide windows were open to see the backyard below, and the turning fall leaves looked like fire. The ivory-striped walls and gold trim matched the decadence of the main floor, but the marble was replaced with a sumptuously plush carpet the color of vanilla ice cream. Esther imagined spilling a cone or two on this carpet, and wiping it up with none the wiser. However, her heart skipped a beat when her eyes fell onto the focused man poring over some document at his grand mahogany desk. The small laptop beside him hummed with soft French music, his tastes still proving to be eclectic after all their years apart. I hope this is not a bad time, Esther said in a hushed tone, hoping not to startle the gentleman. His eyes shot up, and Archie instantly set his pen down. Esther, I am so sorry. Did we have an appointment? It's been murder while my office is being renovated. Working out of my own study had been sending everything into chaos. I know how you like your ducks in a row, Archie, which is why I actually am the one to blame for the unannounced visit. She laughed lightly, taking a step forward. Is everything okay? Running his fingers through his fading blonde hair, Esther could see the strands of silver starting among the gold. Did the doctor call? Not exactly. Esther sighed as her fingers grasped her clutch purse still in her hands. She knew her body language was making him brace for the worst, but her nerves were trapping the information in her throat. As they tried to break free, Archie came to her. Her heart slowed as she finally got to clinical facts in her head. Dr. Winston called. She said the fertilization was successful. Archie had stopped breathing and suddenly deflated like a balloon. All his anxiety rushed out as it was replaced with joy. Like a child at Christmas, he was unable to help himself. He beamed brightly, smiling as hard as he could. His eyes were lit up like a firework display. They said women glowed during pregnancy, but Archie seemed to be taking that to a new level. He wrapped his arms around Esther. Her cheek was pressed to his chest. She smelled the fine scent of his cologne mingling with a hint of sweat and steak. He must have gone out for lunch. Dr. Winston had said that she would be craving new things now, and the smell of him and the smell of red meat had those cravings on edge. She wanted to devour a whole porterhouse now, but more so she wanted to devour him. Esther was better than her urges though. She knew how to keep them at bay, but let the emotion linger as she breathed in the smell looming off the crisp suit. She felt his lips brush her cheek, and the soft scrape of his 5 o'clock shadow. A bit startled, Archie pulled back with embarrassment. The man who seemed so sure of himself typically all at once lost his aura of confidence in that briefest second. Essie, I hope that did not cross a line. No. Esther smiled. It was nice. It was very European of you. Her response reassured Archie's confidence. Looking at each other, the pair both laughed lightly, diffusing the tension building in the air around them. With a sigh of relief, Esther felt the own tension within herself subside, but the longing remained in a long-forgotten corner of her heart. No matter how desperately she wanted to deny it, Esther could feel the pang resided there inside of her. I wonder what our mothers would think of us now, Archie mused. 2 sorority sisters, a big and little pair, now get to share a grandchild. They would love it, and probably hope that it's a girl. Oh, of course, my mother would have been buying everything purple and trying to figure out how to make roses masculine just in case. It would have been their best winter holiday get-together yet. Archie nodded and sighed. You know, since we began this arrangement, I have thought a lot about those holiday trips. You and your mother coming from Westchester for a couple weeks after the school let out for winter break. We would always go ice skating. Esther added, her fondest memory flooding her thought. I would like to do it again sometime. Archie smiled softly as he took her hand. Esther held his hand back, lacing her fingers through his. Why not tonight?
Chapter 2. The October morning air filled Esther's lungs as she walked along her firm partner and best friend, Hillary. Hillary has been in her cohort in graduate school at Emory, and they bonded over similar taste in design and architecture. Hillary, born and raised in the East Village, seemed like a perfect candidate to call up 6 years ago. Working in Manhattan as an undervalued junior partner in a large design firm serving Manhattan elites, it took all of 5 minutes for the woman to snatch up her city contacts and quit. 5 weeks later, Boudreaux Leibowitz was born with its first client. After coming from a nearby supplier's office, the pair had decided to get coffee and walk the scenic way back to their Greenwich headquarters. Esther ordered decaf and knew that Hillary had noticed. So, did you meet with your OBGYN? Hillary sipped her Americano, her brown eyes intense under her long auburn bangs. Did you get your haircut, Hill? It looks so much like Jane Birkin's. I love it. Esther, you are avoiding my question, Hillary exclaimed with no patience for delaying the inevitable. They paused at a crosswalk, the stop sign ticking down the time as Esther's throat began to fill with words. She was never good at announcing news. Yeah, I did. The in vitro fertilization was successful. I am officially 7 weeks pregnant. Hillary squealed as they hurried across the street toward Washington Square Park to cut through the green space. Disrupting pigeons and passing jazz musicians, the friends passed through the square as Hillary bubbled up with a million things to say. This is so exciting. I mean, I haven't held a baby since my youngest was born, and we're planning his bar mitzvah. By the way, mark your calendar for the first Saturday of March for that. You're totally coming. I don't care how fat you are by then. Esther shook her head as they kept strolling, expecting nothing less from her perpetually blunt friend. I would not miss Levi's birthday for the world, Hillary, she replied as she linked arms with her friend. Hillary grinned, sipping her coffee before asking, So, have you told the father yet? I went over to his place last night, and he took me out after. Esther tried to sound nonchalant. She did not want to cause a stir in the park. It all seemed so peaceful, but Oh, what did you do? He took me over to La Grenouille in Midtown. I had the most amazing tort. Then, we went ice skating over at the Rockefeller Center until midnight. Was that safe? It was definitely fine. I took lessons as a kid. I even medaled in youth competitions. There was no chance of me hurting myself. He did fall once or twice though. Well, that's nice of him. I guess it was a good time to get to know you better. After all, you're going to be his baby mama. Hillary joked loudly. A shrewd-looking woman shot of a prudish glance from the corner of her eyes as she passed Hillary, not giving a single goose egg about propriety. Hillary stared her down until the woman hurried onward in defeat. That's the thing, Hillary. Esther had been dreading this part. I already knew him before. Oh? He wasn't a client, was he? No. Was he a friend when you lived in Washington, D.C.? Did he go to school with you at George Washington? Esther shook her head. Well, you only hung out with me and Josh at Emory. Hillary, I'm talking way back. I'm talking Westchester. I have known Archibald for as long as I can remember. One of my earliest memories was his birthday party. Wow, that's a long. Hillary pulled away, her mind working at 1,000,000 miles a moment as she faded away and shot her attention right back at Esther. You don't mean Archibald MacArthur? Billionaire international real estate firm CEO? He owns property on every continent, Mr. James Archibald MacArthur. The fourth? That one? Sheepishly, Esther nodded. Our mothers were at Princeton together in the same sorority. He's that same Archie? Hillary shrieked, turning the attention of some nearby park visitors and nearly crushing her hot coffee cup in her gloved grip. Minding her precious Burberry coat, Hillary checked herself before leading Esther to a nearby bench. Babes, you've got to calm down, Esther pleaded as Hillary sucked in the fall air and let out slowly like she learned at her beloved sunrise yoga class. He approached me 2 months ago with the idea, but he asked me to be discreet until the pregnancy was confirmed. I mean, I get why. He's been a favorite of Page 6 for ages. He's like the James Dean of real estate except for the tragic young death part. But Esther, you never told me your first boyfriend was a billionaire. It is not something I want to publicize. I don't like people getting the wrong idea about where I come from. Wealth? New York's elite. Wealthy is an understatement, Hillary. His grandfather was one of the greatest investment minds of his time. I don't even think Archie knows how deep his pockets go. He never did when we were young. I once asked him about it when we dated, and he told me there was too much of it wrapped up in art and real estate to be sure. Plus, Archie's mother had her own money. She had some attachment to French aristocracy, and he followed her to Paris when they divorced. He went to boarding school in Switzerland to finish up his degree before heading to Cambridge, and it was during his gap year that he came back. Esther felt her heart in another place and another time as she explained to Hillary what she hardly explained to anyone. Not fully understanding it herself, She had locked that chapter of her life far away. When I had come back to New York after my first semester at George Washington, Archie came without warning. He called me up out of the blue and asked me to meet him for the weekend. I took the train into the city and went to his father's home on the Upper East Side where he was staying. His father was in China on business, and I could tell he was lonely. He had been all over the world by himself for the last 6 months, but he had realized he wanted to share some small part of his life with someone who actually cared about him. I still can see his face, Hillary. When he told me that I was the only person he could think of to share himself with, I just melted. Everything about that Christmas was pristine. We split our time between Manhattan and the lake house where I grew up. He spared no expense with my happiness. I remember every dinner was extravagant. He spent a small fortune on dresses for me. He bought me jewelry to go with the clothes. I even remember the one red coat Archie gifted me because I liked the look of it in the shop window. He sent my mother flowers to beg forgiveness for my absence at home. He charmed my dad like never before. He took the idea of charm to new heights really. But when it came time for me to go back to school, things changed. We spent the night together on New Year's Eve in a penthouse overlooking Times Square that the family was renovating to sell. I remember the snow. I remember the sex. Esther's voice trailed off for a moment with a small laugh. After all the effortless charisma for those weeks, he was more awkward than I had ever seen him. God, you should have seen it, Hillary. I mean, I laughed at one point because of something he asked me. The friends both laughed then, and Esther took a moment to remember where she was in her story. She continued, Archie begged to come with me. He promised he could use connections to get me into an English university, and he knew I had the transcripts to match. He said he would take care of everything if I just agreed, but I had a life in DC. I had friends. I had an internship for the summer already. I liked my school. As much as I loved Archie that winter, I felt too young to be promising forever, and when I was honest with him, he got distant. We said we would keep in touch, but that never works. Did you ever see him? When Mom died, I saw him one last time. I remember you calling me about that. Hillary was remembering the summer after they got their graduate degrees just as readily as Esther was. She had been unable to come up for the funeral because of a hurricane, and Esther was newly single. Feeling alone, it seemed heaven-sent when Archie showed up in a pristine suit at the end of the visitation line. He was supposed to be at his family's office in Shanghai, but he set the world aside for her. It was only a day, but it had been the release she needed to be with him again. 1 week after the funeral, she was back at her job in DC. The next day, her boyfriend at the time was at her doorstep with 3 dozen roses, begging forgiveness and asking to take him back. 1 month later, Esther was in the United States Virgin Islands with 20 of her closest friends and family, getting married to a man who made her feel happy and safe. She did not have to worry about him disappearing at a moment's notice, no matter how many beautiful things he bought her. Joshua Foster had been the boy next door when she moved to Georgia for graduate school. Josh was real, and he was ready to be a part of her dreams. His soft southern drawl and talent for fixing her car had won her heart. When he had asked her to marry him, she asked for a break. But he came back as soon as he learned of her heartbreaking loss from Hillary. That time, Esther asked him to be her husband, and for 8 years he was the perfect husband. He worked as an engineer for the Navy, and she had her work decorating homes for senators and other DC elite. They shared a beautiful daughter, Josh, named Grace, and enough happiness to last 100 lifetimes. A car accident changed that for Esther, and Archie did not show up at that funeral. Grace, now 14 years old and at the art school of her dreams in Michigan furthering her mastery of the cello, her child's passion had somehow forced Esther to face her almost forgotten past. Esther's life was seemingly circular as she thought of her new future that she would have foreseen all those years ago. Hillary finally asked as Esther kept unpacking on her companion. Does Gracie know? I mean, I know you talked to her about the surrogate thing, but does she even know Archibald? Esther shook her head. Not all this. I want to explain it to her when she gets back for fall break this weekend. She knows about Archie being a friend from a long time ago. I remember when we moved to Brooklyn that she told me to look him up, but I was not in the mood to address our time apart. I was not even in the mood to see another person. You were a real hermit back then, but I mean after everything with Josh you earned the right to hide in your bedroom for at least a decade. I know, and maybe I should have kept my distance. I can't change things, but I am worried about making this work. Well, we can't have that. That's not good for you or the baby. The baby. The phrase haloed about Esther's mind as the idea of it all was still too abstract to sink in. It all seemed more like a dream than real life, but anything dealing with Archie could be described like that. The surrealism itself was familiar. Esther realized her crappy coffee had dwindled down in temperature to lukewarm at best, and the black metal bench was starting to hurt her butt. Checking her watch, she knew she had some appointments that were with important clients, and Hillary was not free to chat all morning either. Hill, as much as I love you, we have jobs to do. It's going to take me at least 30 minutes to get to my first appointment of the day, and it starts in 40. Okay, but you're coming over to my house tomorrow so we can talk more about this. My boys are at all something, including my husband being at his bridge club. Can we talk about that too? Esther interjected as she got up off the bench. It's something he's doing to spend time with his mother. If something crazy happens, you have to let me know. I spend too much time lugging around my hyperactive children. Well, as they say about the apple. Hillary playfully hit her friend. You're awful. Love you. Love you too, Hillary. Esther returned as her partner darted off back toward the office. Hurrying down toward the nearest subway stop, Esther passed through a pack of tourists as she took the F train uptown to meet with a Columbia law professor with a loft ready to be molded like Play-Doh. He wanted to shop from rugs, and as he said on the phone, design his new home from the ground up. Looking through the Turkish rugs with a man who looked like something out of a 1950s murder mystery, he made polite conversation as he searched for a navy blue carpet that echoed his vision. Esther already knew how she would style and design the rooms. She knew the layout of the kitchen, and had talked prices already with a quartz countertop company to get prices on a few samples she was going to show the professor this afternoon. Work moved like the ocean. It was nice but mostly expected. When he found a rug that was regal blue with scarlet and cream details, they bought it and set it into storage until it could be delivered. Leading the gentleman across the street, Esther found herself beside a young woman pushing a stroller. Inside was a darling infant bundled up in a cherry red coat. The baby had soft brown curls and pink cheeks. She was enamored with the little teeth the child had, and the color of the baby clothes reminded her of warm cherry pie. Pie with some fresh whipped cream would have been amazing, and her mouth watered as she thought of different kinds of pie. After she finished with the professor, Esther found a deli selling homemade pies. Sitting alone, she savored each bite to the best of her ability, but she ended up buying an extra slice to go. That evening Esther ate it at home with her dinner. Esther had carefully curated her apartment as part of her own job. She had always been one to stay in rather than go out, but the pride of her success on this project kept her at home more than anything. Being one of her first jobs in New York, Esther had been hired by a local flipper who had bought the brownstone in a gutted condition. Looking to divide into 3 apartments, Esther took to the task of getting open floor plans while maintaining the historic value of the home. The exterior walls were exposed brick, which had been painted milk white to match the accent walls. The pine floors were restored to their original condition after stripping off some lead paint left from decades before. Plus, the tall, thin windows let light stream in from the city and gave a magnificent view of Prospect Park. It made the space feel large and bright as her designs gave each space in the main room a defined area. The compact kitchen was against the far wall adjoined to her bedroom, complete with the luxury of a tiny dishwasher. The counter between 2 of the windows boxed in that area and gave space for a large farmhouse-style sink instead of the typical coffee mug-sized sinks seen in New York. It also gave her a place to sit, eat, and work at the counter where she could look out the window easily from the colorful stools her daughter had painted cherry red. An extendable dining table divided her living room from the kitchen under a vintage chandelier she had found in a flea market in Queens. The white Moroccan rug underneath she found at an estate sale in New Jersey. Even though the table was only set for 2, it could fold it out for 6, but that only ever happened on Thanksgiving. Otherwise, it sat largely untouched because most of the life in that apartment was done on the long tufted couch. If Esther had nothing else, she would have that sofa. Its navy blue linen fabric was so soft to the touch, but held up to the years of coffee spills and movie marathons. Being 8 feet long, Esther could lay flat like a board on that piece of furniture and still have room to move up or down. She remembered crying when it was finally delivered the day she began staging the apartments for rent, and confirmed her belief that she needed to rent one of those 3 apartments. Grace built a life in that house. Taking up the top floor that used to be a former library, Grace covered the windowsills in little potted plants. Esther hung her daughter's watercolors and sketches from school in the main room. They lined the old bookshelves on the walls of both their rooms in trinkets from their past life. Esther even found a sunflower yellow trunk to serve as a coffee table and companion to that beautiful sofa. It wasn't grand like Archie's mansion, but it was home. Sitting in front of the television on her cherished sofa, she watched a crime show as she ate her butternut squash lasagna and pie. She wanted to cry over how good the crust was on the flaky dessert, and she wanted to cry at the commercial using a litter of kittens. Wiping her eyes, her phone began to vibrate with a familiar name lighting up the screen. "Archie," she answered. "Essie," Archie's voice chimed back. "What are you doing?" "Eating." "What are you doing?" "Well, I was hoping I could take you out to a late dinner, but it seems I am too late." Esther decided that she wanted to fudge the truth. "I haven't had dessert. There's a good place over in Park Slope that serves cheeseburgers after 9 o'clock and I like their cake. They have a good panna cotta too." "I do love panna cotta." Esther smiled to herself, glad she still remembered his dessert preferences even if they were a bit abnormal. 40 minutes later, they were entering the tiny American bistro on Brooklyn's 7th Avenue. Esther had wrapped up her hair in black silk that matched the soft wrap of her jersey dress, which in turn matched the blue color of Archie's loosened tie. His navy suit was a bit rumpled from the day, and his eyes were tired looking at their corners. The place was just populated enough to be warm with the heat of others, but not too noisy for soft conversation. The lighting had been dimmed for the night, while leaving soft candlelight to illuminate the tables. Greenery decorated the bar with vines climbing downward and across the brick walls. It was prototypical for Brooklyn aesthetic these days, and while Archie seemed amused by the restaurant, Esther had seen it time and again. Still, she loved their burger. Tucked in a corner, Esther placed her order for a virgin cocktail and a cheeseburger, while Archie ordered a cuttlefish dish with a beet salad starter that gave Esther a churning feeling in her stomach. The waitress brought them a bottle of still water for the table and left them in peace. "You shouldn't give in to your cravings, Essie, but I never was good at refusing you." Esther smiled. "Well, we can say I'm making up for the breakfast I lost this morning." "Morning sickness already?" Esther shrugged. "Well, I had it early on with Grace as well. If it is anything like my first pregnancy, I will be done with sickness in about a couple weeks. Really, I'm going to want to eat everything I see for the next 9 months. I will probably turn into a human equivalent of an empty pit." Archie smiled at the levity, but stiffened as he heard the name of the young girl, saying politely, "How is Grace doing at school?" Esther could tell that Archie was still getting used to the idea of the life she had before. His earnest expression also told her he was trying his best. "She has a concert that she's starting to prepare for. I will be leaving the 2nd week of December to go see it and collect her for winter break. If you want to come for the concert, I am sure Grace would be happy to have some extra support in the audience. It is her first with the school symphony, so I can tell when we video chat that she has her trepidations about the whole thing." "She plays cello, right?" Esther smiled, happy he remembered their conversation about her daughter. Yeah. She picked it up at age 6 after seeing one at the music day camp we sent her to, and she has loved every moment with it." "I bet she gets it from you." Esther shook her head. She and Josh had talked about that through every lesson and phase. Grace had adored opera as a preschooler. She listened to ballet music on stereos. When other girls in her class loved pop stars, she had studied Debussy and Chopin. Even as Esther sat there in the Brooklyn restaurant, she was certain of her response. "I don't know where she got it from, but I promise you it wasn't me. Do you know if she needs anything? My own family has a collection of instruments here at the house. My father aspired to be creative as a younger man, so the room came from that fruitless venture. I remember a stint with a harp. Archie chuckled. Oh God. Don't remind me. It was when we came for Christmas Eve dinner, and your father decided to make us sing some carols for him. Esther could not help but laugh as the memory came back to her. Your voice was the only redeemable quality of that 20 minutes. Archie complimented her as he refreshed both their water glasses. You always had a lovely voice. Well, you always were pretty good at the piano, if I remember correctly. Mom insisted that something out of the room got put to use after Father realized he was never going anywhere, so I picked the piano. I remember you being very good at the piano. I was all right. Archie shrugged. Esther grinned. Archie, don't sell yourself short. Even when we're little, you loved classical music. You and I spent a whole afternoon with you showing me your hand exercises. I could show you some new hand exercises, Archie said with a wicked smile and an impish laugh. Archibald, no. Can you blame me? You left it wide open for that one. Esther rolled her eyes as they both laughed as the main course came. The primal smell of charred Angus beef felt alluring to Esther. She was craving protein, but more so salivating at the idea of red meat. She took a bite of the burger. Between the melted aged cheddar and the perfectly cooked burger, everything she needed in that moment was satisfied, and the food was no exception. The pregnancy might have been creating an iron deficiency, but that was not quite it. As they talked over their respective dinners, Esther also realized the company was needed. The idea of Archie in her life again was becoming more and more normal, and after their ice skating escapade from the night before, she knew that she had missed the friendship more than anything. Archie, Esther mused, do you notice that we always seem to get to talking about the past? It's the biggest thing we have in common. Esther rolled her eyes at his attempt to be cheeky. Archie grinned at his commentary, sipping his drink. Well, what should we talk about besides our history? Esther shrugged. I don't know. How about our future together? Like, for instance, I have a sonogram in a month from tomorrow. You could come if you like. What time? Archie quickly pulled out his phone. 10 a.m. He quickly sent a text before replying. Done. I just sent a message to my secretary to cancel my plans that morning. I will pick you up that morning at your place, if that's all right. Okay. But don't forget to remind me. He sent another text. I let Mrs. Petrala know that too. Is she even good at texting? Archie chuckled. She can read them, but replies are. They never end well. Esther smiled. Have you thought about giving her a nice retirement party? We tried once. My father and I took her to a dinner at River Park and gave her a retirement check on her 80th birthday. She came back a week later and thanked us for the vacation. Esther could help but giggle. When was this? I thought your dad retired 3 years ago. It was 5 years ago. Esther's giggles turned into a full laugh, which was a bit too loud for the restaurant. She tried to hide to her childish grin, but she could tell Archie was pleased to see her so happy. That poor woman, Esther finally said as she calmed herself down. You should talk to her children about it. Her children? Esther was surprised. She has twins, a boy and a girl. She obsessed over them when we were young. The boy went to school in California, and I believe he stayed over there. If he has kids now too, he might like to have his mom closer. He was always a mama's boy. That's actually a good idea. Esther nodded. Yeah, I've got a few up my sleeves. I should keep you around more, Essie. Well, she smiled politely as the waiter stopped by to check on them before disappearing. Archibald, I hope you don't think I am going to apply. Nonsense. He scoffed at the idea. You're much too valuable of a firm to lose in this city. You think so? Esther couldn't help but relish the compliment. After all, he was the biggest name in real estate in Manhattan. It was high praise from a serious high roller. I looked over your portfolio, and it made me a bit jealous, actually. Seeing the way you and Hillary have transformed spaces across New York is really inspiring. So many architects are just modernizing, but you have made a talent of capture the timeless qualities in the architecture. It comes from our master's program, Esther beamed. I double majored in historical preservation. Well, cheers to you, Essie. You're doing an amazing job. They clinked their water glasses, and Esther could not stop smiling. Of all the flattery Archie had doused upon her over the past few weeks, none of the other compliments matched up to this one. She felt lighter and more confident, and best of all, Archie did not even seem to be using the words to butter her up or get his way. He genuinely meant them. As the candlelight dwindled between them and Esther's food disappeared into her mouth, she didn't want this dinner to end. Sipping her water, she wanted to say a dozen different things to Archie, but she left it all alone. She hated to spoil this moment with stupidity. Esther finally asked, "So, do you want to order dessert?" "Hey there. Did you know that we've other hot romances like this that we want to release? But we need your help. Subscribing shows us that you're part of our journey and allows us to make more of these stories at a higher quality. So please, my queen, subscribe to the Romancely YouTube channel now. Thanks. Now back to your story."
Chapter 3. That night, intoxicated on sugary sweet desserts and laughter, Esther let her clothes fall to the floor in a trail behind her as she made her way to the bedroom. Memories flooded her mind, allowing the past intermingled with her present thoughts. She haphazardly brushed her teeth in the kitchen sink, hearing the radiator click on across the open room. The warm air brushed against her skin as she headed to bed. Wiping off her face with a little towelette on her bedside table, she sunk into her bed and a deep mesmerizing sleep. Covering her bare skin with the fluffy white comforter, Esther's lids were heavy with dreams already queuing up for display. It was not longer after her eyes shut that Esther was young again. The dress was gold sequins, matching the cheap plastic tiara that Archie had bought for her from a street vendor on the walkover. The plastered white walls waiting to be painted were just as expectant as Esther felt in that moment. The long wall of windows over the terrace shut out the sound of the party below, but the shimmering ball could be seen like a baseball she could hold in her palm. Esther reached out to grab it, but it stayed just out of reach. Esther had never been tipsy before, but the champagne had been too delicious to pass up at the party thrown by Archie's old-school friends. Her hair was in wild loose curls like her idol Lisa Bonet's was in her early days on television, and it was tangled up from her dancing to the vintage disco music at the party. Archie was playing a Weber piece he had been studying. The sound of the notes consumed her as he began to consume her, his lips on every part of her skin. His hand slowly moved up her legs and thighs, still a bit cool from the icy air outside. Time was rushing forward and the blurry reflections of her past came alive in her dreamscape. She could hear his words again, but they were muddled like her thoughts. Alcohol could be awful that way. Everything was muddled around her, but the wanting was clear. Nothing had ever seemed more obvious. The desire was still perfectly clear as the night had happened. Esther knew these were only shadows of the past, but her longing to let her lips and fingers explore another's body seemed as potent and real as if it was reality. Thanks to their novice, there was little foreplay prefacing their interlude. It seemed odd, but Esther could not change things. She could not will herself to draw the moment out. She could only let herself be vulnerable to the one boy she had ever wanted quite like this. Esther felt the sharp sensation as he was inside her. The contact coursed through her body like nothing else ever had. Eyes shut tight, the blackness gave way to his penetration being crystal clear. The beginning was more slow and careful than she wanted, but it finally happened. After the entire evening of anticipation behind her, Esther began to move with the young love of her life in a new way. The dance was different than the one they had done on the checkered white floor hours ago. It was a mystery finally revealed, and like the breaking dawn it was wonderful. The white walls shimmered and glowed almost as much as Esther did. Archie said something again, but she just laughed and kissed him deeply. Without little control in the matter, she could feel her short nails scratch against his back and run up his spine. There was no time for words in these careful moments. Esther moved her lips down his neck, kissing him as she begged him to go deeper and forget about being nice for one moment. Letting her lips linger on Archie's shoulder, she felt him persist as he found in his gentle rhythm. Screw gentle. Her body craved more. She wanted things that he could not seem to give, but her understanding did not subside the urgency rising out of her chest and parts that she hardly knew she had. The champagne might have been encouraging it, but Esther knew she wanted him. He finally moved faster. His body pressed harder against her as her heart quickened. Her fingers found themselves bracing against his back as her body arched. Her hands sharply moved up to his neck and his soft blonde waves tickled her fingertips. Esther felt a sudden release of hot air into her air as his entire body relaxed suddenly, and something inside changed before it disappeared like a hurried goodbye. It was quiet and brief. The magnificent moment that people seem to have in films did not happen for her, but her body felt bright and hot and changed by this. Hair wild and heart beating fast, the quiet seemed that much more silent compared to the thrilling cacophony in her mind. After pulling out and removing the cheap condom Esther had picked up at the pharmacy, Archie was still somewhat terrified, but Esther was elated. She sat up as the ball began to drop down the street and took his hand in his as she counted down the seconds. 3, 2, 1. She kissed his lips without any reservation. There was no watching to judge them or to judge her. The whispers floated about her head, but she shoved them away by just kissing her Archie even harder. They had left the party of rich kids and socialites, and now they had an even better party of their own. As she teased him with the hope of giving it a second shot, the reflections disappeared in a fine mist. Esther woke in a cold sweat. It was about an hour before she had to wake up for work, but the tingling sensation in her bones told her that there was no way she was going back to sleep. Instead, she threw her sheets off of her body, and then she set out to her kitchen to make a large cup of coffee. The dawn filtered through the windows, allowing pale gray light to illuminate the city street below. Looking out, Esther could see the morning runners and cyclists moving through Prospect Park. Wrapping her fingers around her coffee, she admired all the neon colors like flecks on the field of green as she sat at the kitchen bar. Even though it was decaffeinated, the warmth helped wake Esther up. Her phone caught her eye suddenly, charging just in arm's reach. She pulled it off the cord without much thought. Esther dialed Archibald. He was unsurprisingly awake. "Hey, Essie. Good morning. Is this a bad time?" No, I just got back from my morning run, and I was on my way to shower just as you called. I feel compelled to inform you that you've caught me in a complete state of undress." "You're naked?" "Oh, that's an image I wanted to start my morning with," Esther joked, but if it was anything like his body once was. The daydream was not unpleasant for her. "Actually, that's kind of what I wanted to talk about." "My body?" Esther groaned. "No, Archie." "Hey, I also took your advice. I found Mrs. Petrala's son and called him up last night, and he has been wanting his mother to move to San Diego where he is and his sister is in Pebble Beach. She keeps telling him I am helpless without her, so I am flying him in and we're going to talk her into moving to California." "That's great, Archie. I could not have done it without you." "I appreciate that. Also, I am going to Japan tomorrow for 4 days, and then I will be in Norway and then London. I'll probably out of touch for the next 2 weeks, but feel free to email me if there's a problem." "Okay. But if it's a real emergency, call me. I will be back on my plane in 5 minutes. I don't care what the time is where I am." "Archibald," she shouted into the phone. "Yes, Esther?" "Listen, dinner was great, and we even had a lovely time the night before, but before we start rushing into things I need to know what we're doing." "What are we doing?" Archibald paused. "We are having dinner, Esther. It's when we are both free, and it's nice to have dinner with you. Not to sound like a grade school girl, but I feel like we need to define our relationship. Saying we are having dinner does not exactly cut it. Do you want to do that over breakfast? I know a great place, or better yet, you can come by my place. I make a great omelette. Archie, as nice as that sounds, I have a meeting. I cannot be late to this morning with an architect. He sighed. Well, damn, Essie. I mean, I thought we could just see where things go. Things are going to change with a small child showing up in about 8 months, and then sticking around for that baby's whole life. Most people figure this kind of thing out before they make the choice to have a child together. True. Archie sighed on the other side of the phone. Smart and beautiful. Well, I guess I hope we're friends. Yes, of course, Archie. It wouldn't upset me if we were more. Essie pursed her lips. She wanted to say the same, but something inside of her said that she did not have the luxury to be a romantic. She looked over at the wall where the pictures of her family hung, and finally decided what to say. I don't want to crash and burn before the baby comes. I want for us to have a relationship that will be good for the baby, so while I want us to be close, I don't know if we can start rushing into a romantic relationship. But you're open to it? Esther sighed again. I would never have to schedule custody and play dates with your secretary. What a bonus! Archie exclaimed over the phone. For that convenience, let's get married. Wow. What an offer from a naked man over the phone at the crack of dawn. Let's get hitched, it will make life more convenient, Esther replied dryly, and caused Archie to laugh unabashedly over the phone. Archie sighed into a regular tone before finally saying, Well, I promise to not get fresh with you. I knew you had boundaries, but I will officially promise not to cross them. You weren't going to before? Well, I would be a gentleman about it, but I did have some plans in mind to persuade you. However, I won't try unless you think it is a good idea. Mother always knows best, as the cliché goes. Archie seemed so chipper for early in the morning, and Esther felt satisfied with his answer. Thank you. Now please go shower because I'm sure you stink. I smell like a field of daisies. I don't know what you are talking about. Esther chuckled. Have a good day at work, Archie. I hope we can have more talks like this where I'm naked. It's exciting. Archie! Esther said with an almost scolding tone. Sorry. I will keep the cheek to a minimum. Bye, Archie. Esther hung up her phone and made herself some toast for breakfast before taking a quick shower herself. Quickly consuming the crispy slice of wheat with orange marmalade, she was under the hot rushing water of her shower only a few minutes later. Standing there letting the warmth relax her muscles, Esther admitted to herself why she had suddenly called Archibald up. She was not worried about him. She was worried about herself. Esther had not been with anyone since Josh, and pregnancy hormones left her more vulnerable than usual to cheap tricks. Nothing about Archibald was cheap, but she had seen all this flirtatious behavior before all those years ago. Even as a teenager, she was stronger then than she was now, and that first shot at romance between them ended disastrously. How would this time end?
Chapter 4. Esther had been waiting all week for this moment. Her body was almost shaking with excitement. She was both nervous and elated as she stood still in the massive and enormous space looking for one familiar and magnificent face that she had been dying to see in person. The airport air was sterile, but warmer than the cold evening air outside. The blank walls of the terminal had no distractions for Esther's anxiety. Amongst the thousands of people and dozens of flights coming in and out, Esther kept looking for one flight and one person. The rest of the world meant nothing. Finally, her person arrived. In yoga pants and a school hoodie, Grace bounced down the escalator, passing the haggard travelers with a worn metallic gold duffel slung over her arm. She had always been lithe and nimble thanks to her lean build. Even with only 6 weeks apart, Esther could have sworn her daughter had gotten taller. Grace in the near distance reminded Esther of her own mother. her skin like chocolate milk with sugar plum cheeks and pink pouty lips. Her dark curls were tight and hung around her face like a darling bob, matching the levity of her expression and her eye-catching smile. "Mom!" Grace called out, smiling wider as she waved broadly. Esther waved back, stepping closer to close the distance between her and her baby girl. She weaved through others who waited just as she had, but none seemed nearly as eager to see their guests. Finding her daughter's open arms, she embraced her daughter as tightly as she possibly could. "Hello, baby cakes," Esther whispered in her ear before kissing her cheek. Of all her life's accomplishment, Grace was her greatest, and her favorite without question. Even with their eyes meeting in height, Grace was the same small baby girl who had been born in late winter storm all those years ago. "How are you, Gracie? Did your flight go okay?" "No problems," she grinned. "Yeah, it was all right. I had the row to myself, and the soda was decent." "Good, good," Esther muttered as she stroked the girl's hair. "I'm still not used to you not having braces." "Me too, Mom. You want to go grab some Chinese before heading back to the apartment?" "I would love it. Let's get out of here," Esther exclaimed, taking her daughter's bag and pulling the 2 Metro cards out of her coat pocket. She handed Grace her subway card, which the teen promptly kissed before saying, "Oh my God, it's so freaking good to be home." Back at the apartment, the two sat with bowls of salty, cheap, Americanized Chinese food that somehow tasted like heaven in a dish. The smell of garlic and spice intermingled with the sound of Grace's records. As Esther had sorted out the food, Grace had dragged her Roger and Hammerstein records out to play from her bedroom. The sound of old Broadway shows played as Esther listened to her daughter's ramblings that she loved and missed so much. "We're doing Peer Gynt for the final concert, and then the next day my string quintet is doing a holiday medley the next morning. It won't be bad because carols are a no-brainer, but my friend Stephen Wong wants to do a final rehearsal the night before. I told him I can't, but he thinks it won't matter with or without me." But I was like, why can't we just meet before? But Stephen is not a morning person, and neither is the viola player Kate. "Do I know Kate?" Esther asked, taking the opportunity of Grace's mouth full of food. Grace shook her head. She replaced the old viola player who had to size down because her junior recital is taking up so much of her time. Kate's nicer, but the old girl Tina was better in groups. Kate's was trained independently, so group dynamics aren't her thing. She told me at our last practice that she did not perform in a group till she got to school there. Her old prep school did not have an orchestra, just after-school lessons because it was such a small student population. They only had 12 students at all different levels. It was shocked when she told me, but most of those kids from schools that confuse me. Stephen took horseback riding for his fitness requirement in elementary school. I mean, how does that even happen? Anyway, I left it up in the air with the group about final practice, but I tried to bribe them saying I would bring donuts from the bakery just off campus if they agreed to a run-through in the morning before we go to the Christmas event. Will I be allowed to attend this event? Is it open to the public? It's technically a fundraiser breakfast for the theater department, so it is like $20 or $25 to get in. But if you want to come, sure. I'll give you the money for 2 tickets before you go back. Don't let me forget. 2. Grace raised her eyebrows. Esther set her plate down, realizing the time had come to finally have to come clean about her new endeavor. A pit began to form in her stomach as she decided how to go about making this conversation easier. Esther knew part of it was the anxiety inside her, but it was also sporadic nausea that came with the first trimester. "So last year, do you remember when I signed up for that surrogacy agency? Yeah, you bothered me for a week about it. You were giving the woman from the agency serious anxiety when you called her on a daily basis trying to make a choice. Well, pregnancy is not a decision to be made lightly." Grace groaned. "Mom, I know that. You're the smartest teenage girl I know, but still. I told you that I was going to be available to carry the ovaries I technically sold. It sounds weird." "Kind of." Esther rushed that thought away. "Anyway, one was finally selected of the 10 I gave up." Grace looked a bit pleased for her mother as she replied, "Oh, that's great. So do I get to meet the couple?" "Well," Esther paused as she gave her next move some thought. It's not a couple. It was an old friend, actually. He was interested in having a child on his own, being that he can afford it, and he approached me when he found me in the agency's register of available surrogates. Grace put down her plate, suddenly realizing the severity of this moment and this news. So, you're going to have a baby? When? In about 8 months. Wait, you're pregnant? Grace gawked. Seriously? Oh my God, Mom! She threw herself across the sofa and hugged her mother tightly, making Esther glad she had set down her food first. Letting their meals get cold on the coffee table, Esther explained more about what had happened over the last couple weeks. Grace sat with rapt attention as she soaked up the information like a sponge. Esther explained the process and how she was due for a sonogram soon. She showed her the pregnancy test results from the doctor and promised to send her a copy of the sonogram. Grace sipped her water when it was all done, heading to the kitchen to reheat their food in the microwave. Esther watched her from the living room, still grateful to have her daughter home. Grace was such an easygoing girl, and it made Esther's life a million times easier. It was moments like this she felt undeserving of her child, but the swelling of pride was suddenly popped like a cheap balloon when Grace finally asked the one thing they hadn't discussed. So, do I know this guy? You say he's an old friend you knew when you were young, right? Esther just came out and said it. It's Archie, Grace. Grace stopped in her tracks, forgetting to press the start button on the microwave for a long moment. Esther waited with bated breath as Grace did not really react. She just stared at nothing for a seemingly long moment before saying something. I thought you said you didn't want to see him. Grace's tone was not mad. She wasn't even frustrated. But Grace had annoyed her mother for years about reconnecting with Archie. Grace had always been curious about her childhood sweetheart, especially once puberty came around. The idea of boyfriends brought a new allure to the idea of Archibald MacArthur. Well, he kind of insisted we meet, and we had some dinners where he finally convinced me. I never liked the idea of having a kid I wasn't part of raising, and this way I will be involved more. It seemed like a good fit for us both. Are you upset I didn't ask you? No. It's just so satisfying to feel vindicated after all these years, Grace replied with a quick little impish smile on her face. Esther rolled her eyes. Yes, Gracie, you were right. I was wrong. I want that embroidered on a pillow, Grace exclaimed, finally bringing back the food from across the living space and sitting back down on the old couch. Pulling a throw over her feet and picking up her cup of wonton soup, she said, I want that on a large banner I can hang in my dorm room at school. I was right all this time. Seeing Archie was a good idea because now I get to have the sibling I always wanted. Santa Claus never got me one. But now Archie has finally fulfilled my long-lost wish. Grace continued with her dramatics. Letting her carry on, Esther was just glad that Grace was not actually upset she had not been consulted. Esther's eyes wandered out toward the window where she admired the lamplights and could hear people laughing as they walked down the street. The glimpse of the park trees could be seen in the darkness, bringing out a warm scene for the city. However, nothing was as warm as seeing Grace before her. Her pride swelled back up again, and she just kept smiling. Esther patted her feet through the blanket. Yes, you're a very clever girl. You get a gold star, but unfortunately I am actually out of gold stars. Grace laughed. I'm going to be a big sister. This is cool. My sibling is going to be rich. We're going to go on crazy great vacations together, and shopping sprees all the time. Man, I wish you had the baby of a billionaire sooner. Are you all right with going to visit your grandfather this Saturday? I want to tell him in person too. Grace nodded. Yeah, of course. I love going to see Grandpa. All the food there is so soft. It's like a holiday for my teeth. Not because you love Grandpa? Grace rolled her eyes playfully as she scoffed with, Duh, that too. Grace stopped, hearing the hum of the phone from her pocket. She looked at the screen, reading a text before typing with a new kind of smile on her face. Who's that you're texting? Esther asked. Just some guy, Grace blushed. He wants to talk. He just got back to his place in Maine. Does Mr. Maine have a name? Xavier. Well, don't stop me from your conversing. We've got the rest of the week to talk. Grace grinned. taking the rest of her soup to her room with her phone in hand. "Thanks, Mom. Love you. I want to see you before you head to bed." "Okay," Grace called back, and then quickly shut her door as the muffled sound of conversation came from her room. Esther began to clean up their dinner, chewing on a fortune cookie with a little too much vanilla flavor. The music still playing in corner of the room turned to a love song from a Broadway show that Esther knew but could not name. However, the words made her wish for Archie to be there. She did not know the time in Japan, but she knew regardless that he would be busy. Esther instead pretended in her mind Archie was there to listen, and she told him how excited Grace was about the baby. She gushed to nobody about how it made her that much more excited about this new chapter of her life. It was there in the quiet that Esther realized how much she missed Archie after only a few days. But suddenly her daydreaming gave her pause. Where was Archie going to be when this baby came? Where was he going to be when she really did need him and not just wanted him there? The questions nagged her as she put away the leftovers and headed for the shower. But even there she could not wash away the bad feeling that had been bugging her long before that night. She knew it had been giving her reservations from the beginning, but there was no turning back. She had to face it all come what may. Esther just had to hope for the best.
Chapter 5. The week had gone by smoothly. Working her schedule around, Esther had been able to take Grace out to lunch each day and be home to help her daughter cook dinner. She kept her morning sickness well hidden as to not worry or gross out her daughter. Her clients were kind enough to not cause trouble or call in the evening like they sometimes did. She had not had to worry about break room placement or flooring mishaps. Esther just had to fawn over her daughter and worry about getting enough hugs to last her while they were apart. When Saturday came, Esther's delight began to ebb as it was the day she told her typically conservative father. Born into a devoutly Christian family in Haiti, Esther's parents' one martial conflict had been about how their daughter should be presented to the world. Her mother was a bra burner. Her father wanted Esther to be in dresses, sent to cotillion, and be an old-fashioned debutante like he had seen in American movies. This long-lasting argument had permeated every facet of Esther's childhood, including her choice of hemline, whether or not she should attend an all-girls school, and if she should be allowed to date. Thankfully, her mother always had one, but the childhood memories left her with a bad taste in her mouth. After all, she was having a child out of wedlock with a young man who had corrupted her as a teenager with parties and dating. How was he going to react? Nevertheless, Esther rented a car for the day, pulling her sleepy teenager into the car as the city woke up around them on the lazy Saturday morning. The air was colder than usual, allowing the girls to see their breath as they waited for the heat to kick in. Taking the highway out past Long Island and toward the Hamptons, the roads were fairly empty. In the summer, it was a different story. However, Esther knew the path like the back of her hand. She had driven this road 100 times in the last few years in 100 different run-of-the-mill economy cars rented from the same little company 2 miles from her apartment. Grace buried her face into the hood of her coat, letting the faux fur trim hide her face from the early light. It was typical for her, and the light snoring kept Esther company. It was not too long of a drive, but eagerness and impatience made it seem that way. The highway seemed endless, taunting Esther as she sped along its route. By the time the sun sat clearly in the sky, Esther was parking her car and waking her daughter up once more. Stepping out of the car, she could hear the sound of gulls and the lapping of water. The coastal shingles of the massive building made it look like some overgrown Cape Cod mansion, but the ambulances and medical staff told another story. Women with puffy white hair strolled slowly in the nearby gardens for their morning exercise, while an older gentleman was pushed in a wheelchair down the pavement toward the little boardwalk to see the water obstructed by the edifice of the building. Grace stepped out with a bouquet of dahlias in deep rich hues that seemed ever decadent against the stark neutral tones of the space. Following the familiar path, Esther and her daughter headed toward the main reception desk where a few young women quietly kept busy. Their tread was softened by the plush olive-green carpet that seemed endless down the many different hallways leading to a dozen different wings of the building. Esther caught the eye of a plump middle-aged woman returning to her seat at the long wooden space alcoved into the tan walls of the open space, lit by the natural light pouring in from the wide glass windows feeding the many indoor ferns placed about the main lobby. The woman set aside a little watering can and smiled. "How may I help you? I just wanted to see if Louis Boudreau was up yet." "I'm his daughter, Esther." "Ah, yes." The woman went to quickly typing to find the answer. "He's just been registered as taking his breakfast in his room. I will let the floor staff know of your arrival." "Thank you so much." Esther smiled politely before heading down a far left hallway, knowing exactly which turns to take. Grace kept pace with ease, taking an elevator up to the 4th floor where nurses smiled at them as they passed. The space was quiet, and a pair of old men had parked themselves at the window looking out to the waterfront. Their gazes were glassy, and it gave Esther a certain melancholy to see them frozen there. Counting down the right side doors, at the 6th, Esther found an open entrance to a little studio space that would have been confused for a hotel room if not for the nurse leaving a few pills on the breakfast tray. "I will be back to make sure you took all your pills, Louis," the young woman said in her thick Long Island accent. "How do you know I won't flush them down the toilet?" "Because you're better than that." "Am I?" The old man chuckled. "I can't recall." Esther sighed lightly. "Hi, Dad." The old man with dark skin and stunning light brown eyes looked up at her with a shining smile. His short hair was a veil of downy gray curls on his head, but his eyes were bright all the same. The nurse said good morning and slipped out to continue her rounds. "Hey, baby girl," he called, holding out his hands from the leather chair where he sat with a little television tray. The morning news was left on in the background, showing the cool weather with chance of rain for the next weekend. Esther wrapped her arms around his neck, giving him a kiss on his freshly shaven cheek. Louis sipped his coffee and added a pinch more sugar before smiling to himself. He leaned over to eyeball his granddaughter with her back turned to him as he called out, "I see my baby girl, but she hasn't come to give me a kiss yet." Grace turned from the little kitchenette, fixing the flowers up in a glass pitcher. She laughed lightly, heading over to where Louis sat. "Grandpa, I was just fixing up the flowers I got you at the market." She kissed his cheek before settling onto the plush leather ottoman across from him. "Thank you, baby. They are beautiful. They remind me of your grandmother. She loved that color red. I remembered you telling me that when I picked them out. I kind of remember you guys having flowers that color too when I was little." Louis smiled. "You were very little then. Were you in school yet?" She nodded. "I was 7. "Oh, I thought you were younger. Are you sure you weren't 3 or 4? "No, I was 7 when you replanted your backyard's flower beds with new colors to remind you of Grandma Maggie. I helped you pick them out at the nursery." Louis nodded, but it was easy to see that the old memory was not to be found in his mind. Unsure of how to change the subject, Esther pulled up a chair from the other side of the room at the tiny dining table her father never seemed to use as she thought of new topics. Louis just tasted his oatmeal, frowning. "I think I used to like oatmeal, but I don't think Jesus himself could save this bowl right here." "You have to eat though," Esther noted. "Well, maybe you could fish out the spare yogurt out of the fridge?" Grace stood first, finding the little pack of yogurt as Louis set himself on his banana that came with the bland and lumpy hot cereal. She opened it and shoved a spoon inside, handing it over to her grandfather. "Thank you, baby girl." "You're welcome." He took a bite of the banana, and after swallowing asked, "Did you bring some beautiful music with you?" "My cello doesn't travel well, but I am sure there's a piano around here somewhere. I can play you the new pieces I am memorizing for my repertoire classes. I'm getting a lot better." "That sounds lovely." Let's do that after my morning walk. Deal. Louis thought for a moment before asking, You aren't at school in the city, are you? Grace shook her head. No, I'm at this art school in Michigan. You like it? She nodded. I love it. You making friends there then? A few. Louis smiled. Friends are important for a girl your age. 6 is an important age. Grandpa, you know I'm not 6. I know you're a teenager, but you always look small to me. Grace smiled, looking at the news as Esther chimed in. How is Connecticut treating you, Dad? He shrugged. I guess it is all right. I don't remember anything to complain about. As her father chuckled to himself, Esther shook her head. You might be the only person who thinks forgetting is funny. Well, I haven't forgotten what matters. I remember you too, and I remember your mother. I even remember walking through the state parks for years and years, but trees blur together even if you aren't going crazy. You aren't crazy. Aren't I? He asked, raising his eyebrows as he took a spoonful of his yogurt. My lady friend seems to think so. Miss Constance is still chasing you? Me and Frankly across the hall. She's a real player for a woman in her 80s. She's a cougar as they call 'em. I'm at least 10 years her junior, but she likes it that way. Grace laughed with her grandfather as Esther took a sip of her father's orange juice, knowing he would not finish it himself. Have you had any fun outings recently? We are going to the aquarium next week in Norwalk, they told me. I was hoping you would sign my permission slip. Esther pursed her lips before saying, I'll think about it. Louis set himself to eating the yogurt with the hot cereal spoon as he asked, What have you been up to in the big city? Work. I have had some interesting clients recently. I'm redoing the Lower East Side loft right now for a photographer who used to work for National Geographic. It's been interesting to maximize the space for her trinkets from all over. Oh really? What has this lady got? She had some tribal masks from Uganda and dishes from Thailand that were beautiful. Louis nodded, finishing his yogurt before taking another sip of coffee. Anything else? I have been spending time with Archie MacArthur. We reconnected a few months ago, and now we're going to be spending a lot more time together. I remember you saying something about an arrangement last time you were here. Was it about work? Is he a client? Esther started getting nervous. Sort of. Do you remember me signing up for that surrogate position last year? No, but I guess you did. Esther twiddled her thumbs in her lap, looking at the fragile photographs behind pressed glass on the wall, pictures of her when she was Grace's age, photographs of her parents' wedding, and a handful of her father's family in Haiti that Esther only met once in her life. She stood on the Haitian beach only coming up to her father's knees. Esther felt that small once more as she felt a lump in her throat. Louis waited for her to continue, eating his banana slowly. Grace sighed in exasperation, saying what her mother was taking ages to get out into the open. Grandpa, Mom is having another baby. She's having a baby with Archie MacArthur because he's decided to start a family before he gets too old. Grace Margaret. Esther exclaimed at her daughter as a rush of embarrassment flooded her cheeks. Well, that's smart of him, I guess, Louis muttered to himself. I don't get it though. You aren't going steady with that boy. Do you even talk to him? Esther tried not to stammer or stumble as she replied to her father, He sought me out. We're getting reacquainted. If you're going to have a baby, I guess you've got to do that biblically too. Esther blushed a deep rosy shade of pink as she struggled to respond with, No, that's not, Grace sighed again. They do that in doctors' offices, Grandpa. Mom and Archie aren't romantically involved. Well, science sure has changed since I was a younger man. He set aside his breakfast as he looked at the little television Grace watched, which was starting a popular talk show where a woman stood in a stage kitchen with some other people surrounding her. So when is a doctor going to do this for you? Esther swallowed hard, and in an attempt to mend her frazzled nerves she finally answered, well, it already happened. I'm about 7 weeks pregnant. Lewis's eyes brightened. You're going to have a baby then? You? Esther nodded. It is my baby, yes. He chuckled. Well, I don't know what is making you nervous. A baby is exciting news. Using his orange juice, Esther's father took his handful of pills and sighed heavily. Esther relaxed, but she still was in shock. Her father was so calm about everything, and somehow that scared her. Why was she the only one nervous about this? Everyone else seemed happy about it. Grace was fine. Her father was excited to be a grandpa to another child. Hillary's squeals still rung in Esther's ears. What was Esther's issue then? If everyone was content, why not her? You're not. I don't know. Concerned? Archibald was a good boy. He made plenty of money to have 20 children by now in the nicest schools and houses in that big loud city you love so much. He was always impulsive as a boy, but maybe he grew out of it. I remember him being a bit wild too, and I guess I'm not surprised he doesn't have a child yet. Is he still the same Archibald? He's calmed down now. I think he wants to have something other than work in his life. He's not totally stupid then. I'm sure he'll be a good parent. His mother was devoted to him. She loved him more than life itself. I bet he'll be about the same. I'm surprised you remember all that. You forget Nora was the third wheel in my marriage. I married both those women when I tied the knot with your mother, baby girl. Your mother spent her first retirement check going to Paris to see Nora. Do you remember that? Esther mused. You came to see me at school. I got in the car after being alone in the house for one afternoon. I couldn't take the quiet in that place. No chatty wife. No fussy daughter. The cat didn't need me. Esther then remembered something else about that visit. Her mother had called her when she got back in the States, thrilled to hear her voice. Esther's mother mentioned to her that Archie had been in the city for one day. He asked all about you, Esther. I think he misses you. It was the fall before their big winter holiday together. Esther could not believe she had forgotten so much of her youth. It seemed her focus on the present had pushed the past out of her mind. Back then, the conversation bothered her for days. She had been dreaming of Archie that November, worried about him. Her friends listened, but they could not understand what kept her fixated on this rich kid in Europe. The nurse returned, taking away the breakfast tray. Are you ready for your walk, Lewis? He smiled, standing slowly. I think I would like my family to take me out to the gardens today. She nodded. I will be looking for you in about an hour then. Gotta keep my schedule. Lewis nodded as he held his arm to Esther and adjusted his weight on his antique wooden cane. You coming, baby girl? Wandering through the rose garden, Esther led her father through the brick paths. His cane tapped along the hard surface in a slow and steady pace. Their speed was comfortable, allowing for Lewis to enjoy the air and plant life. Even Esther appreciated the moment in the quiet. New York City parks were not even this serene in her eyes. Instead, she could focus on the soft feel of Lewis's well-loved cardigan that was like cashmere underneath Esther's fingertips. Grace walked ahead, saying hello to her grandfather's neighbors with her music playing into an earbud in her right ear. According to Grace, she was memorizing the cadence of her favorite performance from some European philharmonic. Esther had just smiled and nodded. The roses were not in season, but the evergreen holly bushes and other evergreens added some color to the green space around them. Young maples offered up different warm hues to color the cloudy sky. However, the inlet on which the home was built provided the best view of the sea. It was what had drawn both Esther and Louis to this place. In the near distance, reclaimed wood beams from long-forgotten ships made up the boardwalk over the water. Ducks socialized with the older people, throwing even older bread out to them. Nurses and aides watched the community members dutifully. As Esther looked on the entire scene, she could tell the cadence of life here was so much smoother than her own. She suddenly longed to be in her 70s with pregnancy and menopause long behind. Except that was not an option. "I want to talk more about this baby business," Louis announced in his firm but compassionate tone. Louis Boudreau had never been one to mince words or be afraid of broaching possibly uncomfortable territory. Esther had inherited the trait, but she still knew the look on her father's face and quickly wished it was not there. "Dad," she sighed, while suddenly feeling like an adolescent all over again. "I'm just curious as why you were so scared to tell me. You had already made up your mind. The deed was already done. It seems like you should be confident in your choice, and I'm just an old man who spends his days playing cards and buttering up nurses for extra dessert." Esther laughed. "You are my father. You aren't exactly a progressive man when I was growing up. And you're my baby girl, but that does not change that you are grown now. Even if that's much to my dismay. I would have kept you little forever. Also, I was more modern than you give me credit for. I remember your mother wringing her hands like a wet towel when you got into college. She was scared to see you go, but I knew my baby bird had to fly. As long as I wore a turtleneck every day I was gone? Can you blame me for wanting for the world to see your smile and your clever mind first and foremost? You're an angel. I thought the world should see it too." Esther blushed, embarrassed about how her father gushed over her after all those years. They stopped to admire the flock of ducks taking off the water, moving to another part of the shoreline. Esther smiled, thinking of a joke. "I know you wanted to keep me small, Dad. It wouldn't have meant that you would have stayed young too." Louis chuckled. "Damn, you figured me out." Both laughing, Esther finally asked, "If you were secretly cool all this time and happy for me now, why am I so worried?" "You're like your mother. You worry." "That cannot be all of it." "I don't think I can really answer that question for you." Esther groaned. "Why not?" "Because you are a grown woman. Didn't we just go through this? I thought I was the senile one." "You aren't senile, Dad. Just forgetful." "Well, forgetting to eat and change clothes is what puts you in places like this." "Is it so bad here?" He smiled. "No. It's even nicer with family, but it's too bad we don't have our lake house anymore. I could teach the baby to swim and fish like I taught you there." "Well, it wasn't fair to the house to sit unloved." "Isn't that what you said?" He nodded. "As long as you love someone, baby girl, the house or the place doesn't matter." Esther took his words to heart and continued leading them around the looping gardens. Louis was vague with his wisdom, but Esther knew what he meant. She felt like they were having a dozen conversations at once with all that seemed to weigh on her heart. It also didn't help that her father had become more cryptic with old age thanks to the early stages of his dementia. How had they even started this conversation? Still, the only conversation that mattered was the one that occurred each time she looked at the reflection of herself. With the blessing of her father and daughter, Esther now only needed approval from herself. "Now," Lewis said, interrupting her thoughts. "Let's talk about plans for your new little baby."
Chapter 6. Esther had been waiting for this day for weeks. She had wished for time to move faster for the last several days thanks to her own impatience. But time did not care. The day came in its own stride with Esther unable to will it sooner. In her eyes, it was more foreboding than Judgment Day because her life was not the one on the line. It was Archie's life. It was the tiny fetus that she carried. However, there was still a chance that the confirmed pregnancy had not stuck. But based upon the way she had felt over the weeks, she knew something was there. All the signs were showing each day. She woke up a little bit nauseated. In the morning, her bras were getting a little bit tighter and she craved to eat random foods at odd times in the evening. Just the night before, she had ordered a vegetarian curry at 10 p.m. while watching a cooking competition. Esther was not even a big fan of curry. While her head knew, Esther's heart itched for professional confirmation that everything was going as it should. If not, Esther did not know if she could try this all again. The room was sterile, and yet it was somehow cozy. The old-fashioned rose wallpaper and faux wood flooring made the space seem more like a grandmother's house than a medical office's examination room. Archie stood nearby, hands in his pockets and bouncing on the toes of his feet. "It's a bit cold in here," he muttered. Esther looked over at him from where she laid on the table in her leggings and button-up blouse. With her stomach exposed like she had eaten a meal, she poked her belly out for her own amusement. Otherwise, she just felt odd. But Esther could see she was not the one who needed some levity. "Archie, are you nervous?" she asked with joking incredulity. No. No, I'm fine. I am aces. This is a big day for me." "Wait, I mean us," Esther sighed. "Arch, I have done this all before. It's really okay. But I was doing some reading, and there's a chance that we won't hear the heartbeat. If I have miscarried, but I didn't. I haven't. I really doubt I will. 1 in 3 pregnancies do end in miscarriage, and 2 do not. Odds are still in our favor. Or if it was a false positive. What if the tests were wrong? I doubt it was a false positive. I took 3 tests and then came here for professional confirmation." Archie began to pace and took his hands out of his pockets to wring his hands. Esther had never seen him so nervous. It was comical, but she knew not to tease him further. She had been there before, and his behavior only showed how much he wanted this. Reaching out her hand, she wiggled her fingers at him, trying to get Archie to notice. "Archibald," Esther sung softly in a slightly flat tone. "Archie, Archie, Archibaldald." He stopped in his tracks and reached out to find her free hand with his. Esther felt tension in his body start to relax. Esther smiled as she said, "I know this is scary for you. I mean, your body is about to change. All the stress is going to make your pretty face all old and gross. Models aren't to want to date you anymore because you're going to be talking about sleep training, teething, and other baby crap. You're going to have to date regular-looking women." Archie chuckled. "You're teasing me, Essie. I know I shouldn't. This is hard for you." Esther raised her eyebrows and made Archie chuckle again. "Hey, if we could be like seahorses or penguins, I would do this all for you." She rolled over to pat his hand. "I know, Archie. I know." The ultrasound girl finally arrived, getting to work as she made small talk with them. Archie began to charm her with his usual harmless flattery and flirting. The young girl blushed as she began to rub the chilling clear gel on Esther. She tried to pay attention, but suddenly the anxiety Archie once had found itself in her head. Her own heart raced as she hoped to hear another. The young woman adjusted her glasses as she glided along the surface of Esther's stomach as Esther began to subconsciously cling to Archie's hand. She had calmed him, and now it was his time to return the favor. The machine hummed, but otherwise the room was now quiet. Esther closed her eyes and listened intently. Slowly, the sound like a hummingbird came over the ultrasound. "You see that little bean right there? That's the fetus. He or she probably weighs a couple grams, but the little one is most definitely there." Esther couldn't help but smile. The medical attendant mentioned Dr. Winston, and sometime later the elegant obstetrician walked in. In her designer sheath knee-length dress and pearl necklace, Esther wasn't sure if their obstetrician was running a women's health facility or going to a cocktail party. Either way, her perfect curls and body made Esther awestruck and a bit jealous. Esther and Archibald, it is wonderful to see my most unique parents-to-be. I admire you both so much for this journey. Dr. Winston greeted them and quickly reminded Esther why she loved her doctor so damn much. She was like a cartoon princess. "Hi, Dr. Winston," Esther greeted in response, but it was all she ever said. The doctor and Archie talked, but Esther was still thinking about that bean. The little thing was so tiny with such a fluttering little heart, and right now it was all hers to hold. Stepping out of the doctor's office, Esther was still clutching at the sonogram. The tiny heartbeat was still sounding in her ears. The cold fall air nipped at her cheeks, but she could hardly feel it. None of this felt like a dream anymore. And as Archie came beside her for the first time, she felt truly excited about the pregnancy. The thrilled look in his eyes and the stupid grin on his face seemed contagious. For a single moment, the world did not matter. They were having a baby. They were both happy. He held out his arm, and taking it, the pair walked down toward Central Park as they spoke. 2 blocks west, and they entered by way 96th Street. Esther led them toward the reservoir path where people in bundled-up coats walked along the iconic waterfront. Esther listened as Archie prattled on, talking baby rooms and parenting books. "I never had a book for Grace," Esther noted, but it fell on very deaf ears. "I'm sure, but you're just a natural mother. You kept me out of trouble when we were kids, so you had a lot of practice." Archie complimented her before continuing with his monologue. "I have been thinking about the nursery where it should be. Of course, you can't be far, but I hate to leave you alone with the baby. I could move into your building, but it would probably make more sense for you to move in with me. I don't want to push you though, and I own both now." "Wait," Esther stopped. "You own my building?" He smiled. "Yes, I forgot to tell you. Don't worry about rent anymore. The deal went through last week, and I officially own the building as of next Monday." Esther knew that there was no debating this, so she countered the best she could with, "I'm still going to pay my utilities and my Wi-Fi." Archie shrugged. "I guess that is fair. I'm not going to be like some kept woman." Archie laughed lightly. "You're so much more than that, Essie. Anyway, I was thinking that you could move into the brownstone for a few months. It's 15 blocks to the doctor, so you could walk to Dr. Winston anytime, and there is a wonderful grocery store not far from the house now. Plus, all the best shops are within a few blocks. You would have everything you need at your fingertips there." Esther looked down at the leaves crunching under their feet. The orange and brown hues scattered across the gray asphalt path. Bikers passed them with a slight breeze in neon spandex. A family was spending time in the nearby grass, letting their dog and children run free in the haphazardly fenced space. She looked up to the towers edifices of the classic Manhattan skyline surrounding the park. The famous towers belonged to people like Archie, and one day they would belong to people like her child. Sounds too good to be true. Esther sighed as she responded to her own thoughts more than to Archie's words. Esther had worked so hard for her life. This child coming to life inside Esther would have everything at his or her fingertips. She remembered the rotten teenagers who were in her classes at George Washington University. She remembered the so-called friends Archie had. They threw good parties, but they still sucked. She and Archie spent a lot of time laughing over their pathetic shallow problems. If all else failed, she knew Archie was not a spoiled priss like those other awful people. However, he still never knew hunger or worry over money. He lived in a bubble regardless of his humility. Even his status as an educated white man gave him more affluence than many people in the world around them, and Esther was not so sure just how much Archibald realized about his situation in life. Everything about his existence seemed normal to him, and as he talked, Esther knew that his beautiful life also came with nobody ever really refuting him. Archie spoke like it was already set in motion as he told her, "You could move in this spring. It would give you plenty of time to make arrangements, and I guess whenever you were ready. I could move out." Esther suddenly knew where this was going. Archie was not a fool. She saw the sadness in his eyes. She knew the memories that this conversation were bringing up. She chose not to reflect herself. Archibald sighed deeply and took the tone of an optimist. That's a long time off. Archie offered himself a glimmer of hope with his words before continuing. We do not have to think about that just yet. How about we set up a nursery in each home, and then we won't have to worry? Esther nodded in agreement, still letting her excitement linger a little bit longer. How do we know we will live well together, Archie? She looked up at him with a small smile on her face with honest curiosity. We practically lived together when we dated. Esther's voice was soft as she replied, We are not those kids anymore. He nodded. True. I wish I still had that body. I'm not even a dad yet, but I am getting soft already. Esther laughed lightly. I don't know. I like the way you look now. She took her free hand and brushed his loose curl back behind his ear where it belonged. You need a haircut. I'll get that scheduled then. He smiled, looking into her eyes with a love that Esther remembered oh so well. So Archie, how will we know that we won't kill each other after the first month? I don't think that it will be a problem, but what do you have in mind? Archie asked, noticing that Esther was leading up to something. What do you for Thanksgiving? Esther asked, trying to be sly about her intentions. Nothing really. I've visited cousins or spent it with girlfriends. I don't care much for it. Pleased with his answer, she asked, Why don't we spend it together? Archie grinned. I do have a dining room table built for 14 people. Well, it would be us and Grace. My dad would come down from Connecticut, and I know my mother-in-law wants to come. You'll love her though, and she cooks an amazing Thanksgiving dinner. I was going to offer to have my private chef that I have on retainer prepare something. No, Esther exclaimed. Thanksgiving is my day to shine. Archie looked happy surprised as he admitted, I did not know you liked to cook. Well, it was something I picked up in grad school. I lived near a farmer's market, and Hillary was dating a chef back then. The hobby stuck. I actually don't have much of an excuse to cook big meals with Grace gone. Hillary, my best friend. We found each other in graduate school. Oh yes, Hillary. She's your partner now, right? Esther nodded. I would be nothing without her. Do you think she would like to come? She has a husband and 3 boys. It's probably a great relief not to feed them. Archie smiled. We have a dining table to fill, and if it helps to sweeten the pot, I have a standing invitation to sit in the VIP boxes at the parade. Of course you do. Esther shook her head. Should I even ask how? I used to be involved with one of the executives who runs the parade, and I am technically related to the Macy family. They are 5th cousins or something. Father explained it a long time ago. Esther shook her head again. Of course, why wouldn't you be? Well, I'm started to get excited about this. Archie bounced a bit on his feet as they walked along, passing a pair of teenagers staring down at their phones and some Japanese tourists. I have not hosted a Thanksgiving. Well, ever. Esther grinned. This will be fun. For a moment, Esther wanted to kiss Archie. It would be easy to let her lips find his. Her dreams had been haunting her more and more as she spent more time with Archie. The phantom sensations were verging on driving her wild. She wondered if his lips tasted like his morning cup of coffee and sugar from the donut he ate. She wondered if she kissed him that she would have the ability to stop. It would be even better if the feeling of his chest pressed against hers would give her the same pleasure. In the beginning, she blamed the hormones. After the events of the morning, it felt almost like they were something. It felt like that they could be a pair, and everything could be perfect. Just shy of crossing the lines she had drawn herself, Esther remembered that real life was not perfect. Instead, she looked up to the clouds in the sky and asked, Do you want to get something to eat?
Chapter 7. Esther arrived at the mansion on the Upper East Side with a cold chill in the air. Weather reports were calling for snow on Thanksgiving for the first time in decades. The scent of snow filled her lungs as she hurried inside, helping the driver get her suitcase and the groceries out of the car. Only working a half day with Hillary in the office getting some major projects wrapped up allowed her to run the grocery store after and beat the rush at 5 o'clock. Hillary, however, had not been much help at work this morning as the excitement of seeing the home took over her brain. It still made Esther laugh as she recalled the eagerness of her friend. Hillary had been like a child at Christmas with questions about the history and design of the home. It was only second to her enthusiasm that she would not be spending her holiday in the kitchen cooking for her horde of men. Her husband always did his best to help, but his accident-prone nature apparently left him better off entertaining the kids in the living room at a safe distance. Her boys also tried to help, but one Christmas they ate half of the food before dinner. Hillary swore not to leave them in her little kitchen again. So with the advice of her mother-in-law set to arrive that afternoon, Esther had made the shopping list and plans herself. Esther had all the bags out on the counter and made a plan as to where to put everything exactly. There were so many cabinets, and the pantry was the size of a normal person's bedroom. It took a while for Esther to map everything out. Still, she loved the bright Granny Smith apple color of the paint. She loved the clean white cabinets and marble countertops. The kitchen island as big as her bed left her in awe. The breakfast nook in the corner underneath glass made it feel like one was dining in a greenhouse, which was a feeling only enhanced thanks to the view of the manicured garden space behind the house. French doors opened to the seemingly palatial backyard in the heart of New York City. Back there, one could hardly tell they were in Manhattan. The old elm tree blocked out the city from view and gave a large part of the yard a pleasant amount of shade on sunnier days. Looking out at it all, Esther remembered playing in that yard happily, but set her fond childhood memories aside to finish the task at hand. Putting away the food quickly, Esther began to wonder if Archie was here. She remembered from a phone conversation that he had a lunch meeting that day, but he could have returned or gone over to the office to check on the finishing touches of the new design. He had flattered her by asking for her advice on the final drafts and allowed her to work with the decorator to help create a modern space for his new centralized space in Midtown. Curiosity taking over, Esther wandered up the stairs and found his secretary had stepped away for a moment, but he was definitely there. Knocking twice before entering, Esther peeked in to see Archibald poring over documents printed out before him and on his computer screen. His blue eyes looked like a foreboding sky prefacing a summer storm. The brilliant shade of his irises lost their saturation in the low light, but gained intensity. His lips were pursed as he thought deeply, and absent-mindedly he adjusted the skinny burgundy silk tie around his neck matching his modern gray suit. Esther could not help but admire how handsome Archie looked there at the desk. "I am surprised to see that you're here," Esther mused, rousing Archie out of his laser focus centered on his computer. "Essie," he exclaimed, standing up. "Please, don't get up on my account," Esther said, going to sit in the leather chair in front of his desk. "I love your dress, Essie. Is it new?" "You know that it is," Esther huffed. The loose floral print dress with a dark beaded collar and bow about Esther's neck was one of several dozen outfits sent to her office as a surprise after she had mentioned needing new clothes to Archie without much thought. A kind older woman who ran an upscale boutique on Madison Avenue had come with her entire line of clothing for Esther's perusal and selection. It had caused a flurry of chaos with the shock and excitement among the few interns and the secretary. Esther purposely wore one of the new dresses to prove to Archie that she had actually accepted the gesture, and the grin on his face told her he liked it. "You look beautiful. I'm glad you found something you like." "Yes, well. It's something I can grow into, so thank you." She felt like a child saying that, but Esther was growing around her waistline. Her jeans were getting too tight to wear, and she had been a bit too tired to spend a day shopping. Regardless, she had been too busy with some new and very picky clients looking to renovate their gutted condo in Greenwich Village. The couple had not been able to come to an easy consensus on anything since they started working, and the stress of those two alone was enough to have Esther too preoccupied for anything like clothes shopping. "I'm glad. I know you've been busy with that new client. I never knew countertops could be so intense for people." Esther paused. "How do you know that?" "Esther. You told me." Remember our conversation when you called to thank me for the clothes? Esther shook her head, remembering and feeling a bit foolish. Oh, right. I'm sorry. I guess I have been a bit frazzled. I could have a spa appointment made for you. I hear the deprivation tank therapy is very beneficial for both mother and baby. Where? I've been doing my research, Archie replied proudly, holding his head like a child winning a science fair ribbon. Esther smiled. Maybe, I just don't know if I have the time. We have a lot of new business right now, and I don't want to have any work backlogged before I go on maternity leave in the next few months. Maybe you should get some more help? Hire a new designer, maybe? I'd love to, but we need to find a bar of gold in the break room for us to get a serious junior partner for the firm. Well, at the very least, let my new secretary get you scheduled for some self-care. Did you meet Quinn? She started only last week, but she's already doing wonders. She has streamlined my schedules and put new apps on my computer to make everything connected. I'm very impressed. She was not at the little desk outside the door I saw. That was new. It's better than the coat closet in the foyer. Mrs. Petralla insisted on taking over. Pressing a button on his office phone, Archie called in his new secretary, and the young woman quickly walked in looking like she had just stepped off a runway. Esther's eyes widened as she raised her eyebrows, while looking this new employee up and down. The dress she wore looked stitched to her skin, hugging her every slight curve of the woman's body. The deep red form-fitting fabric shimmered in the light, and seeing her made Esther fully believe that this girl had no fat anywhere except for her perfect breasts. Even her backside looked fit and tight as she turned around to shut the office door. Walking toward them, her legs were a million miles long and looked even longer in her black Italian stiletto heels. Her auburn hair cascaded down her back into pristine waves and smelled like a tropical destination. Her mossy green eyes had little creases at their corners, matching the lovely smile that she never let falter. The young secretary's freckles seemed perfectly placed across her nose. Esther suddenly hated her. She had never been so impulsive in judging other people, but the fervent emotion was undeniable. Quinn, this is Esther Boudreau. I wanted to make sure you two met before I let you go for the day. I need you to find the best deprivation tank spa in the city and get an appointment for her ASAP on my expense account. Plus, she's to have full security clearance and complete access to my affairs. If anyone ever gives her trouble when I am not around, I want to make sure you give that individual hell. It will be my pleasure, sir. Quinn smiled and walked over to shake Esther's hand. Much to Esther's dismay, Quinn's skin was so soft to the touch and her handshake was like that of a practiced politician. It's great to meet you, Quinn, Esther offered up as she stood to meet her gaze. I've heard many wonderful things about you, Miss Boudreau. Truly, the pleasure is all mine. I hope I can be of any help to you when you need it. Although envy was turning Esther's heart green, Quinn's kind words softened her just enough to say, Please, call me Esther. Thank you, Quinn. That will be all. You're free to go once you've ensured all the paperwork from this morning is logged and saved. Thank you, Mr. MacArthur. Happy Thanksgiving to you both. Happy Thanksgiving, Esther replied to the young woman as she stepped out and shut the office door behind them. Her head turned to the office door, Esther began to hear Archie chuckle. She turned back to give him an incredulous look. He sat there leaned back in his office chair smiling. Esther came around the desk, leaning against it as she looked at him. Tell me, Archie, she asked playfully. What is so funny right now? Don't lie to me, Essie, Archie replied as he continued to laugh lightly. You may have darling brown eyes, but they are pretty green with envy right now. Esther scoffed, but did not deny it. They had been friends for too long not to see little things like that in one another. Just as he saw her jealousy, Esther always saw when Archie craved to get just a bit closer to her or when his touch lingered for just one more moment. It reminded her of when he used to press his nose against the glass of a storefront, taking in all that he could from the outside looking inward. She is quite striking. I'm never going to look that good in a dress again. I would beg to differ. I think you look better already. Men like to date women, not human green beans. Only boys like sticks. That's just a damn smart stick. Esther looked away as she asked, still, if she ever wanted to, would you date her? Well, being that she is engaged to her partner of 10 years, I doubt it. He's an Olympic medalist and swimming star. I doubt my aging body really compares. Esther smiled mischievously, saying, I beg to differ. There was a pause in the conversation, neither of them looked the other in the eye. Esther watched the birds out the window instead, trying to avoid his undeniably handsome face because her body told her that she was on the verge of something dangerous. Finally, Archie broke their silence in a quiet, thoughtful tone. She assumed he would ask her if she had reconsidered their relationship, but he surprised her with another question instead. Does it bother you when I mention the women I've dated? I don't want to lie about my past, Essie. I want to be honest with you, but I hate for you to feel hurt by the thought. I promise they were all just pretty distractions. None of them compare to you. They never will. It's your life. And you're going to be the mother of my child, Archie stated frankly. Does it bother you? Archie, it's fine, Esther said, feeling a bit like a liar. Though in truth it was, something ached to take it back. We're not together romantically, and I cannot blame you for seeking romantic company. You've always been a charming and attractive guy. Oh, what high praise! Archie exclaimed, making Esther laugh. Come on, would I date an ugly loser? Esther joked before yawning compulsively. Archie laughed, but quieted down to a pleasant smile as he asked, Are you sure you are okay? I'm fine, Esther said, while yawning yet again. The low lighting of the room was not helping her, and the space was cool and comfortable. Essie, Archie said in a somewhat chiding tone. She shook her head, fighting back another yawn. Waving her hands, she said, I just need a cup of water. I'll be all right. I'm still not used to not having my afternoon pick-me-up of coffee. I don't know if I ever will be. Plus, I want to be there when Grace and Roberta arrive. Grace is arriving in an hour, and Roberta is arriving about 30 minutes after that at Grand Central. I wanted to go pick them up like I always do. Archie moved closer to her, taking her hand as he implored Esther empathetically, Please just humor me. Go lie down, I have one of the best guest rooms on the 5th floor ready for you. You have a lot on your plate emotionally and physically, and it would make me feel better if I knew you rested. Only if it is for 15 minutes, I think it might do you a world of good. Esther sighed deeply knowing he was right, but still felt a spiteful urge to resist. However, it was not only her interests Archie had in mind. There was more than one individual's well-being for Archie to be concerned over, and remembering that left her to agree. All right. I'll go lie down. It's 2 floors up at the end of the hall. Your things have been placed there already. If you need someone I can send for someone to show you. She shook her head and refused his offer with, No. I'll be all right. Holding herself back from giving him a mindless kiss goodbye, Esther pulled herself off the desk and went upstairs to the quiet top floor. Nobody was even on this level to bother her. It was only a small library and 2 bedrooms, as the attic space took up the other part of the floor. She walked down the hall to find her luggage in a room she remembered well. The peach carpet had been ripped up and faux French furniture replaced, but she knew it was the room that she had stayed in as a child with her mother across the hall many a time. The room was now a dove gray with hardwood floors that were cold to the touch. The furniture was a cool, clean white, and the rug under the bed was a fluffy wool rug dyed a soft lavender. To her toes, the rug felt like a sheepdog, making her smile as she looked for her bag sitting. After seeing that the piece of luggage sat by a chest of drawers by the bathroom door, Esther fished a silk scarf out of the things to wrap about her hair for its protection. However, as Esther reached the plush bed with a thick floral quilt, she noticed the two paintings that hung above the bed. Tying her knot above her forehead, she stopped just short of lying down to stare at the art before her. It had been in the news that two of Monet's paintings from Giverny had sold at auction in the city, breaking new records for the auction house that had them. Now, they sat above this bed in a cool dim room overlooking the quiet city street out its gabled window. Hundreds of millions of dollars sat there in the quiet, and it baffled Esther as she sat against the bed. It was so striking to her that she almost forgot why she had come up there, but her eyes became heavier and heavier as she fell back into the plush pillows. This room was not fitting to the rest of the house. It was less busy and more modern, and it reminded her of the things she liked when they were young and together. As Esther drifted off to sleep, the question remained in her mind: had Archibald made this room for her? In her dream, Esther's imagination took her to Monet's famous home. Her mind reconstructed the gardens from old photographs, paintings, and stories Archie had once told her. Her mind added flourishes to fill in the gaps. She could see Archie sitting there by the water. Dressed in a white linen suit, Archie looked as if he was glowing. Radiant in the sunshine, everything was blinding about him, but she longed to reach out to him. He found her hand with ease. Without even having to step closer, it was as if they floated together. Finding each other in the open lawn under a magnificent old tree, Esther let Archibald hold her tightly. She loved him without question, and as tourists began to pass by, it seemed like nobody could see them. Esther and Archie were in their own bubble, but as he kissed her deeply, the bubble popped. When she woke up, Esther was unaware of the time. Her mouth was dry, but her body felt like a rock. Her sleep had been deep and satisfying, and her bones took a moment to come alive as she got herself together and shuffled back down the hall. Making her way to the kitchen, she decided that a cup of hot tea in the cold weather would wake her back up. Finding the light-filled kitchen, she hunted and eventually found a kettle after a few minutes. Filling the teapot up with water and set to boil on the grand stove. The house seemed quiet except for a vacuum going a distant part of the house out the kitchen window. Esther could see the driver escorting her family out of the car. Grace looked tired from waking up so early to meet her grandmother, but the old woman looked chipper and bright in the icy weather. Roberta Foster was not what most people expected. From her youthful bright blue eyes to her long draping clothing, the retired art teacher stood out among her family not just because of her eclectic qualities. In pictures of her family, her Lumbee and European heritage made her easy to pick out of the crowd. She still looked like a black woman, but her features defied convention as much as her personality. She was a self-proclaimed black sheep in her household, and Roberta Foster celebrated that label. Esther loved her mother-in-law for that very reason. Wearing her hair in a long braid over her shoulder, Roberta's once thick dark hair was now a soft gray, which contrasted against her vibrant purple coat and fluffy earmuffs. Pulling a flowery suitcase behind her, Roberta allowed Grace to help her up the stairs and into the house. Soon enough, the pair were entering the kitchen as they pulled off their coats. "Esther! Come give your mama Bertie a kiss on the cheek," Roberta said, opening her arms wide as Esther hurried over from the kitchen sink. Roberta's hugs were warm and welcoming like a cup of hot chocolate on a snowy evening. Perpetually smelling of fresh laundry and peppermint, Esther felt young again as she closed her eyes for the happy moment. It was just like the first time her mother-in-law ever hugged her all those years ago. Grace waited patiently before getting her own hug from Esther. It was clear that Grace was just as sleepy as her mother, but she smelled like coffee and cookies. Esther sighed, kissing her daughter on the cheek before apologizing. "I'm sorry, Roberta. I was supposed to come get you." "Sweetie, it is all right. The nice gentleman came and got me after picking up Gracie, and he took us for a quick pick-me-up. He's very nice, that Franklin." "Franklin?" Esther repeated as she realized that she never knew his name. The man was silent as stone when he came and got her, and yet Roberta knew about his family as she prattled on with, "He is having Thanksgiving with his family in Queens with his partner's family. Their 2 daughters are performing in a play tonight at the children's theater his husband runs. The costumes are just delightful." Esther paused before questioning aloud, "Franklin is gay?" Roberta nodded. "He came out after meeting this man in college, and they have been sweethearts ever since. It's all so terribly sweet." While the two had talked about the driver, Grace hung their coats up in the mudroom just across the hall, and came back into the kitchen. Grace tugged on her grandmother's sleeve, getting her attention as she gushed over her new friend. "Grandma, why don't we take your bag up to your room? You're on the same hall as me on the 4th floor apparently. We can take the elevator up." Esther looked to see a maid was standing there with a piece of luggage in each hand. "Okay, my little blossom." Roberta's voice rang out like a calming melody. Esther stopped them as they headed toward the hallway. "Would like some tea, Roberta? I'm making a pot for myself." "That would be lovely." "Mom, I'm going to go shower and take a nap." Esther nodded. "That's fine, dear." A moment later, Archie waltzed through the door, hands in his pockets. Esther was minding the kettle on the stove as Archie hunted for a can of cashews in the pantry. Eating his salty snack, he leaned against the counter next to Esther's workspace where she set upon getting some prep work out of the way. Archie began to bother her while munching on his snack. "I just met your mother-in-law in the hallway. She called me a very nice boy and thanked me for letting her stay in my house. She also said I had kind eyes. I like her." Esther kept on her task as she replied, "That's Roberta for you. She also made friends with your driver Franklin." "Really? He's typically more of the silent type." "I know, but apparently he's married with 2 daughters and a husband." "Franklin's gay?" Archie looked out the window to where the car sat. "Good for him. Roberta always can find a friend. It's why she is still my friend. Speaking of you, you do look rested. Was I right to say that you deserve some rest?" "You were," Esther sighed. "I also noticed the paintings you have in my room. I would be worried if you did not." Esther cleared the cutting board in front of her and sat on the new batch of vegetables as she asked, "What possessed you to get them?" "Well, I have been to those gardens several times, so it's a nice memory. The value will only go up as the years pass, so it's just a good investment, but I remember how much you loved Monet. I just like how if you get close it's blurry, but when you step back the image becomes clear. It feels like life." "I know," Archie added softly, looking at Esther with a certain small smile playing at his lips. "It was those 2 paintings that also set me on having a child." Esther furrowed her brow, and stopped what she was doing to meet his eyes. He had never explained where his decision had come from. Archie only ever said that he set himself upon starting a family. She did not have to ask before he continued to explain himself. "I got them on an impulse, going to the auction just to pick up some investments to put away with the rest of our art collection. I did get those because they made me think of you, but when I started going over the family collection they started valuing it all. Somebody asked me if I was going to start a museum one day. Apparently, I do have enough pieces to leave that legacy, but nobody had ever asked me that before. For the first time, I began to think about what comes after me. I knew after some careful thought that I should at the very least try to carry on the MacArthur torch. Esther felt choked up at the sentimentality of his words, but managed to ask, "What would you have done otherwise?" "I'd donate most of it to charity such as the art and the books in the country home in France. I've got a large collection of first editions there. I would probably have a council of family replace me at the company, but leave a large portion of my personal wealth to you." Esther felt breathless, and hardly felt able to reply, "Really? After all those years?" He put his hand tenderly on her shoulder. "Our mothers were like sisters. You were the first love of my life. My father's family doesn't deserve another damn dime because they mostly suck, but I know you would do great things with that opportunity. You aren't selfish." Tears welled at the corner of Esther's eyes, but she quickly wiped them away and blamed it on the onions she had just quartered. It meant she was also changed the subject. Steering the subject away from. "I am getting the carrots and potatoes peeled for tomorrow. I have to wait for my water to come to a boil, so it seems just as good a time as any. I have some homemade bolognese sauce in the freezer. I like to make it on Sundays, while I look over possible real estate ventures and plan for the week. It gives me something to do with my hands while I mull things over." "You cook?" Esther asked, while at the same time a bit baffled at Archie's statement. "Essie, I do some things besides work. You're not the only one who is handy in the kitchen." Archie chuckled. "It's been useful impressing other girls in the past too." "When did you even learn?" "I deferred from my university for a year. I spent some time in Italy and took some cooking classes. It seemed like a useful hobby. I hoped that the instructor was exceptionally pretty, but not quite as stunning as you." "Why didn't you tell me?" Esther scolded him playfully, hitting his right arm with the kitchen towel in her hand and ignoring the flirtatious compliment. Archie laughed. "Nobody wants to cook for me anymore when they find out." "Oh, I see. You play dumb and butter people up to get what you want. I guess that is what men have done for centuries. You all can secretly cook, but you still ask women to do it for you." He shrugged, saying, "It's only because you're so good at it." Archie batted his eyes with a puppy-like expression, leaving Esther to scoff at his cheeky behavior. When the kettle began to whistle, Archie assisted her by turning off the heat and fixing 2 cups of floral white tea for Esther and Roberta. Setting them on a tray with cookies from the tin on the counter and some fruit from his crisper, Archibald made a nice little spread for the 2 of them to catch up. Coming back to where Esther cleaned the last of the carrots, Archie got close to her. She could smell the scent of paper and hot Chinese spices looming off him. The heat of Sichuan peppers was only second to the heat that came from Archie's body growing closer and closer. Esther could swear that she heard his heartbeat. She certainly heard the rise and fall of his broad chest as he breathed. Out of the corner of her eye, she could see him smiling. "I have to go make a phone call to California, but before I go, would you mind if I stole a kiss from your cheek? I won't try anything else. I cross my heart and hope to die." "I hope you don't die," Esther joked back. "But will you let me have one small kiss? Friends can kiss their friends' cheeks, right?" All right. I'll let you since it is a holiday tomorrow." "Maybe I should save it for tomorrow then?" Archie teased. "Nope. It is now or never." Esther held out her cheek for a brief and boyish peck of a kiss. The moment felt sweet and charming. It was much like the kisses he used to steal when they were little and barely old enough for school. The recollection made her laugh as she watched him disappear out the swinging kitchen door.
Chapter 8. It was bright and cold as they arrived to the parade box right in front of the Macy's building. The opening musical numbers were going through rehearsals as they all found their seats. Much to the dismay of the nursing home staff, Esther had arranged for the nursing home to deliver her father to the house at the crack of dawn, and Hillary's family kindly met them at the parade route. Both Roberta and Hillary herself had given their regrets, each woman citing to Esther that they could not bear to sit in the icy weather when watching it on television would do just fine. Archie, eager to make this an affair to remember, brought everyone thermoses of thick, decadent gourmet hot chocolate and soft plaid wool throws he had ordered just for the occasion from Maine. Everybody was grateful for the extra warmth as the parade progressed, only seeming colder as time passed. Esther noticed elegant-looking people come shake Archie's hand as they arrived. All of them seemed pleased to have him there, and when Esther asked, Archie simply replied that they were friends of his business and family. Esther knew it meant they were friends of his wealth and social status. It had always been true, but she had not been privy to conversations and introductions like those with Archibald in so many years. She had almost forgotten the strange outsider feeling that came with it, but being older she knew not to care about silly rich people anymore. Louis and Grace kept each other company. Hillary's family also knew how to entertain one another, and Esther watched them as they laughed together in the early morning sunshine. Oliver, Hillary's husband, was very ginger-haired and very Jewish. His round spectacles and curly hair made him look comical, but he truly was one of the nicest people anyone could meet. He kept a practical job as a university lecturer on mathematics, but nothing else about him seemed boring. Adam, Micah, and Levi were all very much like their father. With auburn curls and quirky personalities, they all joked with Grace, each of them knowing her since infancy. With everyone happily occupied, Esther was finally left to enjoy her moment of fulfilling a childhood dream with her oldest friend beside her. That same man also was the one who had brought the dream to life. In all her years, Esther had never seen the parade in person. It seemed silly, but as she sat there leaning into Archibald for a bit of extra warmth, it was spectacular to see it all with her very own eyes. Growing up, she had adored the festive morning and fanfare as it proceeded through the most iconic parts of Manhattan. Sitting in front of their fussy television set, she watched the broadcasting of it eagerly without missing a single second. It swept her up and completely engaged her for the hours the parade lasted on Thanksgiving morning. She loved the music and the creative designs. The artistic part of her felt so enamored with the imaginative nature of it all. Esther even envied the people who got to design parade floats professionally, and it left her to wonder how they even got into that profession. Either way, their work was amazing, as was the young talent of the marching bands and dance teams that performed as passed by. She never loved the clowns, and when she was very tiny they sort of scared her. Still, no matter how old Esther got, the balloons were always wonderful, and they remained her favorite part of the parade. Esther never realized how big they were, and she nearly screamed into her daughter's ear when she caught sight of the first inflatable. It was several stories tall, and it made all the people look like ants. The thrill of it all made her nausea subside, and Esther even felt young again. It all made Esther feel very glad that she let Archibald steal a kiss from the day before. Even the nature of that small kiss mimicked the feelings coursing through there on the parade route, watching the delightful array of talent before them all. Through her mittened hand, Esther reached out for Archie's gloved fingers. Taking it tightly, Esther leaned into his ear, saying, "I am really glad we did this." Archie grinned. "Me too. If I had known you would be so close to me like this, I would have a parade for you every day." Esther scoffed, letting him tease her. She didn't care. The spectacular event before them was a sight to behold. Esther could describe it nothing short of thrilling and wonderful. Not even the cold weather and impending winter precipitation could interfere with her excitement after such a wonderfully festive display. Esther waved goodbye to Santa Claus before they all were escorted back to the parking deck where their car waited. A driver who replaced Franklin for the holiday helped everyone into the beast of a vehicle. Esther had seen this young man only once before, but he seemed as equally blank-faced and businesslike as Franklin himself. Maybe Archie only hired serious men without realizing it, but Esther could not refute that this man drove like an expert through the chaos of the parade traffic. Weaving through congested city, they dropped off Hillary's husband and 3 sleepy-eyed boys back at their apartment building before heading uptown to Archie's home. Hillary's husband Oliver thanked them and promised to see them in a few hours as Esther waved goodbye through the open window. It took longer than usual, but in the back seat of the car Esther took the opportunity to lean against Archie's shoulder as classical music played over the speakers around them. It was a nice calming moment as the excitement from the parade began to dwindle, but Esther wanted the feeling of youth to last. She felt as reckless and wonderful as she once had when she first began dating Archibald. It was thrilling back then. Although they were not involved like that as adults, Esther still adored the rush of exhilaration that Archie's surprises gave her. They never failed to be happy occasions. Arriving back home in the Upper East Side, everyone headed to the kitchen to see if there was any help needed by Roberta. Esther had been nervous about leaving her in the house alone, but she took to it with total ease. Having a party of her own, she had taken over the massive space, dancing and singing to herself as she started the dinner. Archie went and fished a radio out of the emergency closet for Roberta to have some music as she cooked, earning him a flour-dusted hug from the old woman. He laughed as he went to change into something less thermal after helping Roberta get the brined and herb turkey into the oven. Louis, sitting at the kitchen table, quietly worked the dough of the dinner rolls. He told the story of making them as a young man with his wife, and now he was happy to have that task put before him again in a nice warm kitchen in a comfortable dining chair. Esther made everybody some grilled cheeses for lunch as the day seemed to call for warm and simple. Grace took her sandwich to the living room with a television after Archie suggested she take advantage for her school break and relax a bit for the afternoon. Esther and her grandparents wholeheartedly agreed, and when Louis became weary, Esther and Roberta sent him off to enjoy some relaxing time with his granddaughter. Shuffling away, it was clear that he was going to fall asleep once reaching the end of his journey through the house. Esther worked with her as Archie floated in and out of the kitchen. He worked on getting the dining room arranged for company, setting out dinner plates on fine chargers. Esther peeked into the dining room for a moment and saw him agonizing like some picky English butler over the precision of the elegant table. With many hands getting the worst of it out of the way, cooking became fun as Roberta and Esther talked and joked about their family. It felt good to remember her past in Louisiana at those wild holidays with all of her in-laws. The siblings and cousins burst at the seams every holiday, but after Roberta became a widow, she ended the parties and became a traveler. With all the children and grandchildren, there were too many people to fit in the house and yard Roberta lived in for so many years. Instead, she rotated around for every holiday, getting all the hugs and kisses she needed and keeping her home her own. Seeing her there in the big kitchen cooking for a large dinner, Esther could see that Roberta felt young again as she worked over the dinner preparations. To Esther, it felt like old times. It was not too long before Hillary arrived with her family in tow. Reinvigorated from resting, Hillary's small pack of people were enthusiastic to be in the sparkling home many people only dreamed of entering. Hillary herself told Esther in excitement that the mansion was on New York's historic registry. Hurrying down the hall, Archie and Esther welcomed the Leibowitz family with many smiles. They let them quickly and shut out the chilling air as the sky grew darker and the snowfall seemed more imminent. "I made pie," Hillary called as she came through the front door. Her boys pushed past as they ran to go see what Grace was up to in another part of the house. The college-aged son Adam strolled, too focused on his phone to rush like his siblings. "It's a girl apparently," Oliver said in a hushed tone as the boy got out of sight. All of the sons piled into the large parlor where the television had been on non-stop since Grace had disappeared with her lunch. The boys began to watch the holiday movies playing on the screen that Grace had picked earlier with her grandpa Louis. Louis, however, was fast asleep in the large leather chair with a newspaper in his lap. Even the entering chaos did not wake him. Hillary's husband carried 2 perfectly wrapped pies in his hands, which Archie helped the man with before leading him off to the bar area, where Archie began to ask him his preferences on beer or liquor. Hillary and Esther were then left in the foyer putting away the coats tossed aside on the floor by her wild family. Hillary whispered to Esther many thanks as they headed down the hall to the kitchen, passing the extravagant dining room set for the impending affair. Archibald is even more handsome in person. Hillary squealed. Seriously, he is so dreamy. If I did not love my precious dumpling of a husband, I would be fawning over the man right now. But I do not know even he would even notice me with the way he is so set on you. Have you really never met him? Esther asked with surprise. Hillary shook her head. No, but after all our talks I feel like I have. Can you see how smitten he is with you, Esther? Or are you blind? That is totally checking off all my boxes. I don't know why you don't just marry him already. Esther chided her friend as she chuckled at Hillary's sudden girlish commentary, saying, You've got to chill. Our kids are here. I know. But please make out with him and then tell me all about it. We'll see. Esther replied with her voice trailing off as she thought about the thought of kissing him deeply and passionately like the tipsy teenagers they had once been. The thought crept into her head as they headed slowly down the hall. After everything this morning, Esther could have curled up with him on the sofa and kissed him until sundown, but people were there. Her father slept in the leather recliner down the hall. None of Hillary's fantasies had much possibility with the eyes of people Esther loved watching them carefully. Oh my! Hillary exclaimed, snapping Esther out of her fantasies and anxieties. That's a 19th century French dining table. Is that the original stain? I believe so. It belonged to his mother's family. He had it shipped from their home in Maine where a lot of her family's things were. That has to be priceless, Hillary replied as she saw her pies on the marble buffet table in the corner of the room next to the platter of cookies and chocolate cake, and quickly sighed. Don't tell anyone, but I burned my pies. Esther, they were like charcoal. I swear the crusts were pitch black. I covered them and got them replaced while you guys were at the parade. I had to call up like 12 different bakeries to find them. I had to haul my ass over to Chinatown to get these. You didn't even tell your husband? Hillary scoffed. God, no. I would have not heard the end of it until the new year. Esther smiled, thinking of Archie as she replied to her friend's comment with, He does like to tease. They finally headed into the kitchen where Roberta was basting the turkey and using her special compound butter on the skin. The smell of herbs overtook them. After Archie had found a radio for her, it had been kept on the holiday station. The cheerful music bounced around the kitchen all afternoon. Even with the massive amounts of counter space, Roberta had every square inch covered in pans and cutting boards. Green beans simmered in the skillet on the stove. Macaroni and cheese bubbled in the oven. Sweet potatoes had been beaten to a puree and were waiting to be baked with a streusel crumble topping and chopped nuts. The rolls that Louis had made with Roberta upon their return from the parade were on the kitchen island waiting to be baked at the last minute before dinner. Stray peelings for the roasted vegetables were on the floor. It was messy and Esther loved it. The ladies kept each other company, but others did float in and out to offer a quick hand. Before long, it was dinner time. Hillary went to gather the small crowd, and Esther went to pee. On her way back from the toilet, she felt a hand grab her and pull her into a linen closet. Under the light of the single bulb with the smell of fresh laundry around them, the world seemed close and quiet as Esther looked Archie over. I'm a bit intoxicated, Archie admitted. One glass of hard alcohol will do that to me. But I haven't seen you this afternoon too much. I missed you. Missed me? Esther asked, smiling. Just a bit, she giggled. So you pulled me into a closet? We don't have much time, Essie. I just wanted to say how happy I am we did this. This is one of the best Thanksgivings I have ever had. I'm glad you're happy, Archie. You could not just tell me that outside of a closet. I know you don't like people watching you. Even if they are family, you are a private person, and I wanted this moment to be as you like things, private and unfussy. Fussy can be all right, like today. Archie grinned like a child, but his body in the closed, quiet space was intoxicating. She felt his hands against the smallest part of her waist as her hands trailed up his arms to rest together behind his neck. The softness of his sweater was warming to Esther, and this stolen moment felt foolish and thrilling. Letting go for just a moment, she kissed his cheek. It smelled of aftershave and bourbon. She wanted more, but knew they would be found out if they took any more time. A stolen kiss for me, Esther whispered. With that, She rushed out of the closet and hurried to where everyone was gathering around the extravagant table. Archie popped up a moment later, the blush of his cheeks still faintly there on his face. Hillary's comments danced in her head as she watched him take his seat at the table, but too many people were there to do anything. Besides, it was time for dinner. The table set before them overflowed with an abundance of food. It was far more than any of them could ever eat. But the turkey looked divine and the accompaniments were no laughing matter. A myriad of seasonal vegetables were accounted for on the menu. Rolls still steaming were piled together in a large basket. The macaroni and cheese looked to Esther like she could fall asleep on it as the casserole dish looked like a pillow. Of course, it all tasted divine. Everyone had a hand in the meal. Even the boys had been conned into setting the food out on the long dining table and making the place cards and sparkling punch with Roberta during the bowl game halftime break. Louis had gotten his workout for the day grating cheese for Roberta, and he was happy to finally be eating the fruit of his labors. "I'm going to have serious biceps when I see my doctor next week," he joked, making the table laugh as they began their meal. Sitting at the table, they all talked politely, making light conversation between bites of the deliciously decadent meal. Esther did her best with the help of Hillary to keep the conversation light, while sneaking her sips of the table wine. "It's funny," Oliver commented. "Neither of you have New York accents. I thought you might be like Hilly here and have some secret accent you've been hiding all this time." "Ollie, my accent is not that thick," Hillary retorted. "Say coffee," he asked her in an even tone, staring right back at her husband like they were in a Western-style standoff. Hillary pursed her lips and simply refused with, "No." Esther shook her head at her stubborn friend before finally answering, "My parents did not grow up here. Dad is from Haiti and my mother mainly grew up in Virginia. Archie's dad has a pretty harsh accent, though. It was as thick as a kid's from Queens." Archie laughed. "Apparently, my grandmother had a thick accent when she was young, but it was his nanny that really did it in. She read to him every day, so he learned to pronounce words just like her." Everyone laughed lightly, but Hillary noted, "That's kind of cute, though. I just got mine on the public school bus fighting off idiot kids. It's hard to sound tough and posh at the same time. If you had said the word posh to me, I might have wanted to slug you too," Oliver teased his wife, which resulting in her lightly punching him in the arm. He pretended it hurt, comically whining about it and causing the table to laugh. Finally, he asked another question of Esther. "So if you grew up in New York, was it here in the city?" "Oh no, I grew up out rural Westchester County. My father worked running a nearby state park." The guests seemed impressed, and they began to ask about the park. Louis loved to reminisce for everyone, but Esther feared where this was going. Louis began to talk about the part of her family that Esther did her best to forget. "After I got the job, I found this wonderful house by a lake in need of fixing up. Esther's mother and I worked tirelessly before our dear Esther came along. We thought we might have a bundle of children, so just in case we wanted to have plenty of room for them all. It was a big house with beautiful flowers and a little dock for a tiny sailboat. I used to take Esther sailing every summer, but when her mother died it seemed pointless to keep. Esther did not need the house, and I was starting to become forgetful. It came time to end that chapter of my life." Archie knew the story well and added, "You both built a beautiful home there." "It was," Louis sighed. "It wasn't practical to keep it anymore. I did not want it to be a burden on Esther." Esther felt grim as she thought about her father's choice to sell the house with Esther herself having little to say in the matter. At the time, it was out of her control, and now it was too late to change anything. Even after attempting to keep the evening happy, the lull of somber sobriety crept over the festivities. Thankfully, Roberta saved the moment with the opportunity to have dessert. They all took their dessert plates into the big living room where seasonal music played over the television. From there, they drank coffee and ate their secretly store-bought pie and homemade cake, while listening to Louis and Roberta tell stories of holiday seasons of days past. The party eventually grew weary as the evening turned into night. As the night set in, snowflakes began to fall to the excitement of all the teenagers. They hurried outside to see the winter weather for a quick moment before the chill of air sent them right back in. Noting the time, Louis slowly pulled himself up off his chair where he had been admiring the light snow falling outside. He had watched it collect and form a fine white layer on the empty flower boxes outside. Esther liked to see her aging father in peaceful moments like that one. And so the snow had to wait as she found the soft smile of her dad much more delightful. Setting down his teacup half filled with coffee gone cold, Louis turned to his fellow guests. Leaning against his cane, he announced his departure to the room. "This has been fun, everyone, but my ride will be getting here early. I probably need to call it a night. Thanks everyone for making this a holiday to remember. I don't think even I will forget this." Esther laughed, getting up to kiss her father goodnight. Grace did too, getting the parlor door for her grandfather. "I'll go see what those boys are up to," Grace said, slipping out as well. Now, Roberta and Esther sat on one sofa as Hillary and Archie sat on the couch across from them. Oliver sat against the window seat overlooking the backyard where he kept an eye on the weather, while still keeping up with the conversation. "You know," Hillary said with a tone that gave her intentions away to Esther, "I haven't asked about baby news yet tonight. I don't think that I could go to bed tonight without some update." Esther shrugged, feeling a bit odd about talking about her pregnancy with Roberta. She was nothing short of delighted for Esther, but the feeling felt a bit like a small strange betrayal to be happy with another man and another man's child no matter how the relationship was defined. "There's nothing much to tell. I have another appointment in the next few weeks. I do hope we'll know the gender then, but I'm not sure if that is a guarantee." Hillary sipped her coffee, asking, "Are you going to know the gender? You are not going to leave it surprise." "I don't think I could wait that long," Archie told her. "The doctor would know, but we would not? Seems silly." "It does," Roberta exclaimed with a bit of a chuckle. "The technology was not available to me with my firstborn. I was all nerves too because of it. I had everything green and white because I was too scared to pick a color that might give folks the wrong idea." Everyone laughed as Roberta continued telling the story with a healthy dose of animated storytelling flourish the tale of her first pregnancy. Painting the picture of her small house in Louisiana, it felt like they were there instead of in the New York Palace. When the story ended, the room came back to being as it was, and Esther noticed the snow was picking up at an exponential rate. Oliver looked out the window, scratching his thinning red curls as he announced, "We'd better get back home. It's starting to come down pretty hard." Hillary pouted, puffing out her lower lip before finally agreeing with him. "You're probably right. It's such a shame though. I'm having such a good time. Thank you for having us, Archie. It's been a treat. Roberta, I was so happy to see you again after all this time. I hope we can see each other soon." Oliver nodded as he came to shake Archie's hand, saying, "Yes, it was much more relaxing than going to my family in New Jersey." Hillary shuddered jokingly, making Esther laugh. Hillary called out to her boys who were sprawled out on couches in the next room watching another football game being played in California as their noses still were warming up from running outside without any jackets or hats. Grace turned off the television and said goodbye to all of them before they slowly headed toward the door. Roberta went and got the coats, helping each boy into their thick jacket before giving them a peppermint and a pat on the cheek. Roberta hugged Hillary goodbye and gave her a couple of wrapped-up boxes of leftovers for the next night's dinner. Hillary looked relieved, happy to be free of cooking or getting takeout one more night. Thanking Esther profusely one last time, Oliver waved down a cab at the street corner. In the goose-feather-sized snow, Esther watched her best friend speed off, heading down toward downtown. As she stepped back in from the cold, Roberta said goodnight as well. "I would love to watch the snow from my room. I have a darling view of the back garden, and it seems a good time for me to retire." "Okay, Bertie, thanks for dinner." "It was my pleasure, Esther dear." Roberta kissed her on the forehead before heading for the elevator. Esther took the stairs up to the next level, following the sound of music to help find where her daughter had disappeared to during the goodbyes. Esther watched as Grace and Archie sat at the grand piano in the corner of the room, playing the little duet together. Archie turned the pages as Grace effortlessly played the upbeat melody printed on the sheets. Flowing a bit faster, Archie did his best to keep up with the teen prodigy, but all that seemed to matter was making Grace happy. She watched how their posture and the way their fingers moved across the 88 keys matched. Each had only one dimple, and so together they a complete set. They made a whole smile. Something in Esther's chest began to ache with a long-forgotten pain. The last time she had heard Archie play the piano was the day of her mother's funeral. In that empty hotel bar, he had played her soft melodies to make her smile. She remembered how he fumbled over a few notes back then as he worked to remember the show tunes, but he kept humming along as they sat beside each other on that piano bench. Grace sat next to him with an eager smile as Esther had those years ago. Listening to them finish the piece, Esther gave a soft clap when they finished. "Bravo! That was wonderful," Esther complimented as she kissed the top of Esther's head. "Gracie, dear, don't you think it is getting late? It's almost 11, and I thought you were planning on shopping tomorrow. Do you think the stores will even be open?" Grace asked, looking up at her mother. "If they know what is good for them, they will be," Archie commented behind her. "I guess you're right, Archie. Besides, arguing with Levi and Noah was a lot of work this afternoon. They're such morons." Grace couldn't help but laugh at her daughter's comment before saying, "You know better than to call them that." "Yeah, I know. It's mean, but it is true." Grace stood and gave her mother a kiss on the cheek and Archie a fist bump of all things before making her exit. They were becoming a strange pair of friends, and while it was crazy to see them together like that, Esther welcomed the relationship. It was important for her sanity that they get along. After Grace went up to bed by taking the staircase to the floor of bedrooms above, Archie and Esther were left alone. Leading Esther back to the kitchen, they sipped tea sitting at the kitchen counter, while sharing a slice of cold pie from the refrigerator. Archie plopped a large dollop of fresh whipped cream down on the dessert and smoothed it across the pumpkin concoction. "You're really good with Grace," Esther told Archie before taking her first bite. "It's almost like you've known Grace her entire life." Archie smiled. "Well, she's easy to love. She is half you, and you know, Grace almost reminds me of myself as a teenager." "Sassy?" Archie laughed at her joke. "I was going to say passionate or tenacious. I would say a bit of both," Esther mused, taking another bite of dessert before confessing something to her old friend. "You know I did this all for her, right? That's not surprising. She's your child after all," Archie replied in an understanding tone. "When she told me that she was applying to the music school, I saw the look on her face. Sure, I could have talked her into a local school here in the city, but it is not like those private places would be all that affordable either. Still, I saw the look in her eyes." Esther's voice trailed off and gave her pause as she remembered the expression. "There are some scholarships, but they are not enough. All my extra money had been going to Dad, but I had to find a way to make it work." She was so excited, and who was I to destroy her dreams? There are plenty of people in the world ready to tell a teenage girl to give up. Her mother should not be the one who is first in line to dash her hopes. So I sold my ovaries. It was weird, but I did it. "I guess that I should be thankful for Grace then," Archie surmised as he broke into the pie crust. "Why?" Archie placed his hand on Esther's hand resting on the counter as he said, "That was what let me find you again." Esther smiled, swallowing the last bite of her share of pumpkin pie. Archie was right, and after Excitement Day she reflected that gratitude. Her life might be chaotic and her breasts were getting sore from the pregnancy, but she was happy to be doing this again. She was happy to be a parent with Archibald. Esther slid off her counter stool and patted Archie on the leg. "I'm going to head to bed," Esther told him before leaving a soft kiss on his cheek. She could feel the faint stubble on his face and the smell of cologne on his neck. It was a soothing sensation. "Happy Thanksgiving, Essie," Archie replied, his voice cracking just a bit at her name. It could have even been a trick by Esther's ears, but she saw the look in his eye. His facade keeping Archie on good behavior was cracking. Still, he stayed put. He did not make any advances on her, but clutched his spoon tightly in his hand. "Good night, Archie. I'll see you in the morning." He stopped her, looking her with an almost begging expression. It was a puppy dog gaze, and Esther was verging on defenseless. He almost did not say it, but it finally came out in a quiet tone just above a whisper. "Esther, what if we didn't say goodnight?" Archibald, she sighed, knowing well what he meant. She stepped closer to him, letting his hands rest in the curves of her waist. Esther enjoyed the touch, but decorum and practical thoughts inside her brain yelled at her to push back. I do not want you to do anything that you do not want, but I can't help but feel like you've been wanting this too. Esther could not deny it. Part of her longed for an opportunity like this where she could be desired and consumed by the first person who ever held her heart. The look in his eyes now told her that he had never let it go. Part of Esther's soul had always stayed with him, and Archie knew it. You're not wrong. She trailed off, letting her eyes close as his hot breath grew closer and closer to her neck. Letting her back face him, Esther refused his advances with her quick excuses. My father is here. My daughter is here. How would this even work? We can run away, Archie half-joked. I have empty apartments all over this city. Your place is empty. I would fly you away somewhere, but I don't think it would be safe in the storm. Archibald, Esther said softly, we're not teenagers anymore. You can't whisk me away and tuck me safely some beautiful place. I could not really then, could I? He chuckled half-heartedly. How many times can a guy be shot down before he gives up? I mean, can you even blame me for not wanting for this to end? She smiled as her heart twisted and wrenched. Archie's pain covered his face and went deep into his eyes, but Esther believed he liked having her painfully rather than not at all. Unable to refuse him entirely, Esther held his face in her hands, and looking up at him she gave him the briefest of kisses. Their lips barely brushed, but she could bear no more than that faint touch. Trying her best not to give into the moment nor cry at the heartbreak before her, she whispered simply, I hope you won't give up on me just yet. She left the conversation and the room with that last simple declaration. Esther's heart raced as the elevator climbed upward as she hurried to her room and locked the door. She could not bear to let anyone in, and the lock would hopefully keep her in as well. She took a cool and quick shower before finally sitting down in her pajamas in the plush chair by the window where the snow distracted her. The road below was becoming a clean white slate as the leafless trees began to collect the downy white flakes as well. It would be only a matter of time before the city teams sullied the pristine image as they would work to clear the roads for business as usual. For now, though, Esther could dream they're wrapped up in a soft blanket, and in the large soft chair she fell asleep watching the world turn into something magical and new.
Chapter 9. Esther felt strange the next morning as she woke up in the chair. Part of her did not want to face Archie. The over part could not wait to see him again. The proposition he had given last night echoed in her thoughts, but a nagging feeling of something else made it drift to the back of her mind as she slowly descended the stairs in one of her newly gifted sweaters and a pair of leggings. Her feet were still a bit tired from the day before, so Esther wore her fluffy orthopedic slippers that reminded her of bunny feet. She could hear conversation coming from the kitchen. Sure enough, Roberta, Grace, and Archie all were there. Roberta worked at the counter as Grace and Archie ate their breakfast side by side at the corner table. Archie looked up from the newspaper he was reading and gave her a knowing look before continuing eating and reading over the opinions section of the publication. As much as Esther wanted to say something to him, her eyes began to notice commonalities between Archibald and her daughter. Both had their coffee the same. Both ate their cereal the same. They even wiggled their heads as they chewed and thought to themselves. Neither Grace nor Archie seemed to notice the similarity, but it was blaring to Esther. Her gawking became quickly interrupted by Roberta, who stood at the oven pulling out a pan. Good morning. You would like a chocolate chip muffin, Esther dear? Roberta called out smiling. Yes, thank you, Esther mumbled as she walked over to Roberta, but never let her attention shy away from the pair sitting at the breakfast nook. You just missed your father. He gave you his best and hopes to hear from you this week on the phone. Also, it seems my train has been delayed until Sunday evening. I hope that is not inconvenient to you, Esther. Archie piped up saying, Well, you're more than welcome to stay here if you need to. I know Esther's place in Brooklyn would be a bit tight with 3 ladies. You could have the run of the house while I am gone. Gone? Esther asked, feeling a tinge of sadness at that particular news. Apparently, my cousin had twins yesterday. I'm heading down to Pennsylvania to meet these babies. I would not if she did not insist that I am going to be their godfather. I don't know why though. I'm not very good of a Catholic, and I'm especially not good enough to be another's mentor in religion. Esther thought about being in this big home without Archie anywhere in it. It seemed lonely and sad. She began to hate the thought. Actually, Grace interrupted the conversation. My friend Rachel texted me this morning. A few of my old friends are heading upstate to go snow tubing and skiing. She wanted to know if I could come along. When would you be leaving? Esther inquired. This afternoon. I could get back for my flight on Sunday, but I might not see you after that. But you want to go? Esther raised her eyebrows, trying to hide the sadness of losing time with her daughter. Please? Esther hated to say goodbye to her, but finally gave in with an, all right. Grace bounced up, her usual upbeat self. She ran over and hugged her mother before darting upstairs to get ready and pack. Archie smiled at the burst of energy and kept smiling as Esther took her daughter's seat beside him at the table with her large chocolate chip muffin on a tiny china plate in hand. They talked politely as Roberta ate her breakfast with them. They talked about Roberta heading down to Maryland for New Year's Eve to be with her oldest son and his family. She had not seen their new baby yet and was excited to meet her youngest grandchild. Still in Esther's mind, the breakfast felt stiff like some Victorian-era play. Every feeling inside herself was repressed until Roberta left them alone in the bright kitchen. Archibald and Esther did not talk or look at each other for a long moment. Esther was the first to break the silence. She let her apology spill out of her in a rush to let the awkward feeling being extinguished. Archie, I'm sorry for last night. I feel like I ruined things. It was all fun and games, but when things got more serious it felt like I just couldn't. I mean, part of me wanted to say yes, but that's the young and stupid part of me. I have people to think about now besides myself, and being impulsive to that extent is something I am not up for right now. I just don't want it to change us because I like where we are, and I like being here with you like this. She huffed. I don't want to mess us up. No, I'm sorry for my behavior. I was excited by the wine and the good feelings from the holiday. I let it get to my head, and I put you in an awkward position. I should never have done that. Always so gallant with her, Archie took the blame with a smile and quick brace of her hand. He got up and left her to go shower. Sitting there, part of her conscience was at peace, but other parts were not. Thoughts of Grace and Archie intermingled with emotions about her personal past. Things she never considered began to bother her, but left themselves just out of reach. They nagged her incessantly for the rest of the day. It was like she was searching for an answer to a complicated riddle. Esther felt bothered as she packed, said goodbye to Grace, stopped off at the market with Roberta, and sitting there in her apartment trying to read a book on her couch as Roberta warmed the whole place with the smell of her award-winning chili. Bundled up under blankets, she stared at the page of words, but it could have been totally blank. Esther was not paying attention to it. The answer was coming closer and closer as the events of the last few days played on a loop in her mind. She knew the solution had to been hidden in those recent hours. Was it the sadness of her mother's funeral and the memory of old times? Was it the way Grace reminded Archie of himself? Was it just her pregnancy making her a little bit mental? Esther heard Roberta call from behind her, "Esther dear, quit pretending you are paying any mind to that book in your hand and come here to talk about your problems. Something has been eating you up all day." Esther sighed, pulling herself out of her blankets and off the couch to move to the other side of the room. As she sat at the counter, Roberta placed a cup of tea and a dinner rolls from the night before in front of her. Roberta commanded her in a motherly and warm tone, "Here, nibble on this and explain your troubles to me." Esther poured out the events that she had been running through her mind. She talked about the emotions that did not seem to add up. It infuriated her to have such a conundrum because problems like this never really happened for Esther. Every issue came with possible solutions and clear choices. This was far from the case, and pulling apart the bread before her, Esther began to break down every feeling coursing through her veins. The old woman smiled at Esther, her light brimming from the little creases around the corner of her eyes. She seemed to know the answer that was evading Esther. Picking up the wooden spoon, she moved back to the bubbling pot. "Honey, Joshua knew," Roberta said, stirring her pot a few times and smelling the aromatics wafting from the concoction before adding some chili flakes. "Lord, bless him. That man could not have children." Esther's heart twisted up inside her as the shock of the statement sent her soul in every direction at once. She clutched her mug of hot red tea tightly between her hands. "What do you mean? He never wanted you to worry, but when he was about 13 he had cancer. That year was so terrifying for the whole family, but he made it through just fine, of course. He was brave the whole time, and when the tests were finally over he knew that there was a snowball's chance in hell that he would ever be able to have children. The doctors told us that was a reality of the experimental treatments they used to give him his life back. It was why he chose to leave you all those years ago, but after a few weeks without you and your mother passing he just felt he had to go back. He knew you needed each other." Esther had seen the pictures long ago in dusty photo albums on family visits to Louisiana, but the look on Josh's face when he saw them told her never to ask too many questions. She could still see the pain in his eyes, but no, she knew why the hidden wounds were there. "Why did he never tell me?" Esther asked softly. Well, Joshua liked to believe it was a miracle. As a grown man, he never went to a doctor about it to see if he was shooting blanks, as they say. He didn't want to know that baby girl was not his. "I remember when you had finally gotten to sleep after delivering that baby, and she still had no name because she was born too early for you to pick a name. He sat with me in the lounge, holding that tiny little thing, and said, 'Mama, by the very grace of God, I have a daughter.' Right then, he went and got a nurse to write down her name." Esther felt the tears on her face, and wiping them away, Roberta came around the small counter to hold her tight. Everything about the woman was soft. Her soft locks, her fuzzy cardigan over the cotton dress, and her body was just cushioned enough to make her feel like a warm, firm pillow. The woman pulled a tissue from her pocket and wiped off Esther's cheeks. "Thank you," Esther offered weakly. Roberta's eyes were still warm with her smile. "Some things are better left unsaid, but it was time you knew them too. You know, Angel, I have 9 grandchildren, 3 by my eldest boy, a set of triplets by my eldest girl, 2 adopted by my flamboyantly gay son and his partner, and 1 who was not my baby boys. They all are very special to me. Like Jesus, I love them all just the same." Esther sighed. "I know, Roberta. Still. What do I tell Archie? What do I tell Grace?" "Well, don't tell them together," she exclaimed jokingly to lighten the mood in the apartment. "But, Esther dear, Joshua would want you to be happy." They both laughed lightly as rain began to hit the tall windows near them. Pattering lightly against the glass, Esther felt unsure of what to do with this information, but for the first time in a long while she could feel her husband's love again. Deep inside her, the comforting reassurance he once gave her for nearly a decade burned like candlelight in her heart. She did not know how she was going to do it, but Esther knew what she had to do.
Chapter 10. After calling the car company with the number Archibald gave her for her own use, she had the driver go as fast as he could over the Manhattan Bridge. sailing toward uptown to his place on the Upper East Side. Esther had only been there hours before, but now it felt different to go under these circumstances. Her mother-in-law was happy to watch the classic movie channel by herself. Sending Archie a message from the car, he stood on the steps by the back in trance as the driver pulled up. Worry lingered in Archie's eyes. His body tensed with expectation. Running his fingers through his hair, he fussed with his rolled-up sleeves on the pinstripe shirt he wore. Esther thanked the driver as he pulled away and disappeared into the evening air. "You need to talk?" Archie asked with a strained tone of voice. Esther nodded, following him through the service entrance and into his den off the master bedroom where he spent his time. Esther had never been in this one room. It had been his father's when they were young, but now it seemed to be Archie's secret little retreat. The fireplace was one of the last working chimneys in the house, and a small fire filled the room with a certain warmth. The dark red room glowed like the embers lighting their faces, but in contrast, the blue of Archie's eyes felt unnerving. They stared at Esther as they gave her sensation that he was bracing for the worst news. Archie left his turkey sandwich and drink untouched on a rolling cart in the corner of the room. A novel by Tolstoy was left open on the side table by one of the leather chairs. A filled teacup billowed steam at the little table for the chair's twin. Esther sat, sipping the floral-scented tea a housekeeper had obviously made for her. The cleaning crew came by and wiped away any memory of yesterday, but this small gesture made her feel at home again in the grand house. It was just as she liked it, with a touch of honey for sweetness. She had left a similar cup behind as she dashed over to confess to Archie. However, it did not soothe her anxiety. Nothing would be able to do that. Archie knew Esther too well. Her own worries were quickly transferring to him as Esther gathered her thoughts. "Before you ask, the baby is fine. I'm fine too." With a serious tone, Archie replied, "Well, that is obviously not true." Esther sighed deeply, setting the cup back on the little matching plate. She looked up at the fireplace mantel where old childhood photographs sat in gilded frames. Images of them at holiday parties together. A photo of him skiing in Switzerland as a younger man. A picture of Archie and his father on the day he received his MBA. But in the center was a slightly larger picture of Archibald as a toddler, sitting in his mother's lap at their seaside Cape Cod home. He was wrapped in a towel and she was laughing with him. Their matching eyes shone, and she remembered why Nora was so beautiful. Much like Archie, their souls radiated like starlight, and their eyes sparkled even on the darkest days. Esther recognized the picture from Nora's obituary. "Archie, do you remember my mother's funeral?" Esther finally began as she decided that was the best starting point for this conversation. Archibald nodded. "It was lovely, and even in black and burdened with grief you looked beautiful. You did such a wonderful job with the ceremonies. I wish I had been there for you more." Esther smiled at him softly, but it did not last. "I had stolen the dress from my mother's closet, and I might still have it. Anyway, I have to admit I don't remember much of it anymore. Looking back, I feel like a blackout drunk as I try to remember the events of those couple weeks. It's all a blur, but I do remember our day together. I remember that clear as day," Archie mused in an almost whisper. "What do you remember?" "I don't want to cross any lines with you, Esther." Esther sighed deeply. His comment said it all. However, she needed to know more. She had to hear this before she could explain anything else. While the truth about Grace kept her heart racing, Esther knew that this conversation had to be paced properly. Spitting out her main reason for being here would be like an avalanche collapsing on them both. She did not have the emotional energy for a natural disaster like that. Archie mulled it over in his head for a quiet moment, and finally began in measured and soft words. "Seeing you again was like finding an oasis in a desert. I had been going through some shallow and foolish romances, and those women had only made me miss you more. After all those years, I still wanted you with me. I had kept tabs on you through friends and such. Not stalking you, but it was easy to ask Mom on the phone about how you were. Margaret was always so proud of you, and so was my mother. You were always a piece of home because you and your family were there when it mattered. If I looked at any highlight or dark moment of my family's life, you were always a step behind me. and I had tried to capture that in my childish ways when we were young. Archie stood, adjusting the watch on his wrist as he began to shuffle his weight on his feet. By the look in his eyes, Esther could see that there were a million memories going through his head. Still, only one memory really mattered to her. The trouble was that those myriad of memories all lead to this one last day of their past. Archie finally continued after a long pause. When we reconnected, I knew I wanted to be selfish again, and it has always been easy for us to fall on each other thanks to our history. When I got back from China, I realized why you had refused me before. I finally knew why I needed to disappear again for a long, long time. Why? I met Josh. Archie looked at her with a sobering expression. Something inside of Esther dropped. She was not horrified or in disbelief, but it felt as if the world suddenly shifted and nothing would be the same again. It was like a flashing explosion in deep space, silent and sudden. However, the missing pieces of her life were coming together as quickly as Esther had realized the gaps in this story of hers. Esther opened her mouth to speak, but she fell short of any phrase and instead began to stammer with, I dash. Esther stopped, hoping Archibald would just explain. He continued to pace in front of the fire, letting the glowing light illuminate his outline. It made it harder for Esther to see his face, which she could tell even in the dim room that he just exuded stress as he worked on finding his own words. He finally said, "It was about a week after the funeral, and I was thinking about you. I wanted to call you up and just check in on you. I had no idea about you reconnecting with your boyfriend. I assumed you were still single because, to be fair, I have never been one to ruin relationships like that. I'm not an animal, but it did strike something in me when I heard his voice on the phone. I flew down to Atlanta to speak with him in person, knowing that I wanted to view some properties anyway to purchase in the city's downtown. It all seemed convenient enough, and it seemed easy to ward him off of you." "Ward him off of me?" Esther repeated with an incredulous tone. Archie looked down at his feet, shoving his hands in his pockets, adding, "I'm not proud to admit this part, Esther. I was poisoned by my own hubris. I had just spent a high with you, secured a foothold in Shanghai, and bought a new apartment for myself all in 1 week. I was drunk on my own success, and it lasted until Josh told me the news of your engagement. Sitting at some restaurant my secretary had picked, he explained to me that you had refused him, and you asked for a return when he went to give you his condolences in person. I had no clue you two were so involved. I had never tried to keep tabs on your relationships to know how serious you had been about him." "What else did you talk about?" Esther asked painfully, trying not to cry as her dead husband added to the mountain of emotions inside of her. She was ready to burst, but Esther held her tongue as Archibald answered, "You, me, we both had wanted to size the other up. After you were honest with Josh about seeing me at the funeral, he knew that I would be the only threat to your marriage, and I agreed. But Essie, the way he talked about you was like nothing I had ever seen. He lit up when talked about your work. He was so excited for your job in DC. He was ready to follow you to the ends of the earth, but all I wanted was for you to follow me. I had wanted to keep you. I was horrified with myself, and before I left that day, I promised him that I would stay away. I gave him a card to a real estate agent in DC who worked for our company, promising I would foot the bill of whatever place you chose. I promised to stay away from you, and in return I only wanted him to never reveal that we met. It was to be our secret." Suddenly, Esther was horrified. Josh had been the one person who had never lied to her. But was omission really a lie? "You gave me that house in DC? You bought the townhome in Eastern Market. I was surprised he went so cheap. I thought a Georgetown townhome would have been more fitting. He told me his family gave him that money. Well, he kept his word to me. Because you matter more than me?" Esther nearly shrieked. "Hey!" Archie put his strong hands on her shoulders as she shot out of her chair. "What would have done if he told you? Would have married him before your big move? Would have had Grace?" "Yes," Esther cried out. "That made no difference about whether I had Grace or not." "How do you even know that?" "Because Grace is your daughter." Esther was sobbing as she yelled out her words. Tears ruined her makeup as she watched Archie's eyes go wider than ever before. Watching him sink down into his chair, she kept spilling everything out. He thought he could not even have kids, but he never told me. He didn't want to know that Grace was yours. I guess I didn't want to either. Daughter, Archie said in a dumbstruck tone. His silence left Esther anxious, and so she kept rambling, staring at the fire as Esther felt unable to look at Archie any longer. She cried while she continued explaining herself. At Thanksgiving, I looked at you too, and something in me clicked on like a faulty light I finally got working. I had never even considered it, but Josh's mother told me this afternoon. Maybe it was the pact you made, or maybe he thought it was his only chance of being a father. Roberta thinks he just did not want to believe anything else. He was too happy to care. I don't really know, but please just don't hate me for this. All these years and you never knew her. I wouldn't bear it. Esther fell to her knees and cried into her hands, wiping away the mascara on her face. She could feel the heat of the fire and the heat of her embarrassment at that display. None of this conversation had turned out like she had hoped. None of this pregnancy had turned out like either of them had wanted. Hate you, Archie said skeptically. All these years I have been in the city. All these years you could have known. But I wallowed in my loss and kept my distance. For what? The room was quiet. It was a long time before either of them said anything else. Her embarrassing crying subsided, but the tears still dripped off her face. Esther breathed deeply, and Archie finally broke the silence. How could I ever hate you, Esther? Archie's disembodied words caused her to look up. Forcing herself to look in his eyes, she saw that same unconditional love that she always had ignored. He offered her a tissue to wipe the black streaks off her cheeks, and then he threw it in the fire for her. Embers crackled as the fire became just a bit brighter. Do you know how much I love you, Archie? Esther asked as she finally was able to stop her tears completely. Do you know how much it hurt to say goodbye to you? Well, you know, it wasn't our time, Essie, Archie mused while taking her hand in his. Esther offered a small smile as he helped her onto her feet and responded with, Maybe now is. Her voice trailed off because her eyes were slowly getting lost in his. Esther's walls were down, and in that fragile moment she felt that finally she could give herself over to him completely. He took a step toward her, closing the small space between them. He took his free hand and placed it against her cheek. Eyes closed and heart open, he kissed her fully and deeply on the lips. There were no polite kisses on the cheek or hand anymore. Esther could feel his urgency and taste the alcohol on his lips. She had not had a drop of liquor in so long that the lingering taste alone seemed intoxicating. But it was this single kiss that made her feel like she was flying. At these new heights, oxygen seemed to thin out, and Esther felt desperate for Archie as everything about her lightened. He was suddenly as vital to her as the very air around them, which was growing hotter and hotter by the moment. Her fingers were still cold, but her body was burning. She needed a release, but as Archie pulled away, it seemed that Esther was not going to get her satisfaction. He smiled wickedly, and Esther could see Archie's lips were red with her lipstick. His face was flushed and he was left more than a bit breathless. It was a sight to see for her. Can I take you somewhere? Archie asked, still trying to catch his breath. Esther was confused and skeptical. Something about it seemed like she should say no, but Esther was in no place to refuse him. He could ask for the world. He could ask for her soul. All of it Esther would give over gladly. Esther finally remembered. Aren't you supposed to be leaving for your cousins? It doesn't matter. She canceled my trip for me. Esther finally agreed with, All right, it's going to be about an hour drive. Would you like some tea or water before we go? Esther shook her head, saying, Let me just wash my face. I'm sure I look insane. He nodded and added, I think you look fine. You're biased, Archibald. He shrugged, knowing it was true. Esther went to the nearest powder room just across the hall and splashed cold water on her face. Examining herself in the gilded mirror with water still running down the porcelain sink, Esther could tell all her makeup from the day was gone. The drive would hopefully let some of these feelings calm, but Esther decided she was glad for the rouge to be gone. She felt bare inside and out, her skin now reflecting how her emotions had suddenly rubbed her raw. It was the first time in a long while that Esther left herself exposed.
Chapter 11. Stepping out of the bathroom and descending the stairs, Esther found Archie with her coat in hand at the back door. Even though he looked tired, Archie's eyes looked bright and alive. Helping with her coat, he took her to the garage parked behind the house where the typical black mammoth of a vehicle sat next to something very new. "Is this what you wanted to show me? This Tesla? This did not take an hour." Archie laughed. "No, but I did get it for the baby. I had my secretary do a lot of research on luxury vehicles for new parents." "You could not just get a minivan? Isn't this beast for that kind of thing?" Archie asked, pointing to the sport utility vehicle next to them. Esther shrugged, going around to her side of the car. "They are your cars, Archie." "Ours." "Okay, sure. I just thought it would be nice to have a sedan for trips like this. It's electric, you know. It's much better for the environment." "Yes, well, I am glad you got it." Esther slid into the passenger seat, looking at the black interior and admiring the perpetual night inside of the vehicle. "It's very nice, Archie." "Thank you, dear." Archie grinned. "I got it just this afternoon. I bought it months ago, but I had to special order the rear-facing child safety seat in the back." Starting the car, it erupted to life in silence like a supernova. The lights came alive on the dashboard, and the engine let out no more than a soft purr as they pulled out onto the quiet city streets heading north. They passed through the Bronx and Mount Vernon, and city lights dissipated into tree-lined highways. They weaved in the darkness, blending into the night. The snow on the ground was still clean and bright out here, and it was a treat to see snow in a way other than piled up on the corner of city streets. They drove much faster than most people. Archie did not care, but neither did Esther. Instead, Esther's curiosity grew as they headed up toward her hometown. She knew the signs and exits well and very much like an old friend. Still, she had no idea where they could be going. Archie filled the silence with his thoughts, saying, "You know, I have been thinking about our December together recently. With us going ice skating and spending this much time with your family, it made me remember how much I loved it." "Me too," Esther admitted with little thought as she stared out fondly at the passing towns. "Really?" Esther heard him ask. "Yes, it's been haunting me in my dreams." "Haunting?" She looked back to see his nose scrunched up and explained, "It's not always a bad thing to be haunted." He relaxed his face as he finally agreed with, "I guess you're right." Esther looked back out at the roads, not terribly interested in where he was going with his conversation. Archie kept talking, a nervous habit of his. "Anyway, I remembered that you talked a lot about your major that holiday. It was the first time we had ever talked about your career. I was stupidly surprised back then that you chose interior design." "Why?" Esther encouraged him, still paying attention only partially. "I guess I never thought about careers. I never considered other options myself. It was either charity work with mother or taking over the family business like father, and it seemed a waste to give the company over to my first cousins from California. They're so awful, even now. They own a winery and marijuana farm in Colorado, and they complain about everything when I see them." "You're getting off track. Why was it stupid to be surprised?" "Because you are so much smarter than I ever was, Esther. You had the world at your feet. You were ready to take the world, even if they hated you for it. Nothing was going to hold you back, and you dreamed of making your home your greatest masterpiece." She was not quite sure where they were going until they pulled off toward the state park and drove up a country road. She knew its name well, and her heart began to race as they sped up the lane. The minutes felt like hours as Esther finally knew where Archie was taking her. He was taking her home. Archie for some reason was driving back in time to where her life and their friendship began. It was where they kissed for this first time, and it was where she kissed him goodbye after their whirlwind romance. He began talking about that holiday together, but it was a seemingly random facet of their young affair as he drove onward. I saved the sketches on the napkins you made that winter. You doodled all the time back then. If you had a pen, you drew. You drew out bedrooms and kitchens and houses. I never knew why I kept them in the first place, but I guess when you did not come with me back to Europe, it felt like part of you did. It was a pretty lie to tell myself. I memorized to the best I could about how you would renovate the space. I wrote it all down and kept it, just in case. They turned up the old driveway. Its gravel had been replaced for smooth cobblestone, mimicking the bottom of the nearby lake. Esther could see the waterfront peeking through the trees in the backyard. Looking up, her childhood home had been painted in navy blue, replacing the chipped white paint she remembered. The wood deck that wrapped around the house had been bleached and restained with the lighter shade and polish glowing in the moonlight. Archie pulled the car into a new garage separate from the house, designed to blend in with the scenery. Esther could not wait for him. She jumped out of the car into the cold. Her breath made clouds around her as she whisked herself up to the place she had not been able to touch in years. She passed all the tall windows, letting the main floor of the home look out and see the view that lay before her. "How, Archie?" Esther called back, still heading to her destination. "I heard about some development plans through the business grapevine. I made the owners an offer they just could not refuse," Esther heard Archie say somewhere behind her. "Did you kill them?" "Oh, I don't care if you did," Esther exclaimed, bursting at the seams with excitement and sheer joy. She finally made it to the back of the house. A line of rocking chairs sat perfectly still looking out past the snow-covered lawn, the shrouded herb gardens, the boat shed, and the old maple tree with her favorite swing toward the wide and beautiful lake. Braced against the wooden railing, Esther closed her eyes and heard the faintest lapping of the gentle waves. She left the faintest icy breeze nip at her cheeks. "I didn't kill anyone, Essie. I bought this and several properties off some developers. They were going to make it a series of condos with a golf course." "How many?" Esther asked. "How many did you have to buy?" "The whole lake." Opening her eyes again, she saw how the light from the large full moon reflected off the waters. Archie was beside her, his hand over hers. Its entirety was theirs now. It was not just the little parcel she stood on now. All the cottages dimly lit like candlelight across the water technically belonged to him. "I've been updating all the houses in the neighborhood. I rent them out as holiday homes, and the business is good so far. This will always be yours though." "Wow," Esther breathed as she still took it all in and remained unable to say much else. Her body was almost trembling from the cold and the excitement. Her fingers were electrified from the feel of being there again. They screamed out in their desire to touch every inch of the place, and her heart exclaimed how desperately it wanted to give this amazing man next to her itself completely. Esther knew that her body and soul were glowing with the thought of being Archie's completely after such a grand gesture. "Do you want to see inside?" he whispered. Esther nodded eagerly. He pulled a small set of keys from his pocket and fumbled with a couple before letting them inside. Archie held the door for her as she examined the house in the darkness. The rooms had been open to one another where the kitchen used to be blocked off. It was all painted a soft shade of cream, the thick beams of wood still going around the perimeter of the room. The massive stone fireplace was ready with a pile of chopped wood and a set of timeless brown leather furniture centered around it. A long dining table made of reclaimed woods led toward the kitchen where a wide island with stool replaced the wall. No matter where you were, you had a wide view of the property. It looked like a catalog photograph. It looked like her dreams that had been nearly extinguished. You can see the engineer had to add some reinforcement beams, but I was able to find some distressed wood beams to mimic the natural exterior. Archie pointed to the beam over the island as he spoke. I also widened the stairs and improved the bedrooms and bathrooms on the 3rd floor. I turned the library into a television room upstairs too, as well as a library. It took some rearranging, but I followed all your wishes as best I could. It's all my Christmas gift to you. Gas range oven? Esther asked. Yes. Jewel-toned color scheme? Done. No dead animals? Of course. We are not hunting people. Esther felt undone, her mouth agape as she slowly took it all in. Letting her fingers run across the stones of the hearth, she tossed her coat over the corner of the long sofa. She saw the open bookshelves waiting to be used with a few pictures and trinkets from their shared past decorating them. Pictures of their parents sat near pictures of them as teenagers. There was even one from that fateful New Year's Eve. Archibald, this is so amazing. I don't know what to say. Say you'll take it. Of course. Essie, I know it's not the most convenient thing, but I was thinking we could live up here. I have an office in the Upper West Side that you and Hillary could use. It would make your commute about an hour one way, but that is not much different than taking a train into Manhattan from where you live in Brooklyn. We could have a family here. I know you don't like the idea of staying at my place. I get it that it's too extravagant for you. You were never one for wealth. You care about more important things. I think I could get Hillary to like the idea. There's a new private school not far from here. It's small and well-liked. A lot of professors from Yale send their children there. You had this all thought out, didn't you? She smiled. Archie gave a lopsided grin. I haven't picked out the Christmas tree yet. I thought we might do that together in the next week or so. Maybe we can get one after Michigan. Sounds good, Esther replied, feeling warm and happy despite the icy temperatures of the night still lingering on her skin. Esther looked around the main room again, admiring the ceiling and the floors. Both had been restored. However, it was becoming harder to ignore the feeling that had not left her the whole ride up here. Esther longed to kiss Archie again. Their first had been so brief. Her body craved more, but the excitement about being back in the home that she had believed never to own again kept her torn. Instead, she stood frozen, her body aching and hoping Archie would make some move or give her some sign. She finally realized that neither of them had gotten too heated because the house was ice cold. It took a moment before Esther could move. She felt frozen in place, but cold air was sobering. Finally, she got up and cleaned herself off in the new bathroom. Archibald had done a wonderful job with the house. It seemed only partially a shame that she had ruined his almost tour of her home. No, their home. The clawfoot tub and marble countertops were to die for, but as much as she wanted to fawn over the attention to detail, her heart longed to be back beside Archie. After haphazardly washing up, Esther tiptoed back to the bed where Archie still laid. His breathing had evened back out, but his cheeks were still flushed. This might be one of the best nights of my life, Archibald told her as she got under the sheets with him. Really? Esther grinned. Essie, I am a father. I mean, besides this right now. All this time, I have been a father. But Archie, she doesn't know. I wanted to sit down with her in person. After her big concert, we can tell her there. Oh, that's right. He grinned harder. I'm going to my child's concert. I get to sit there with all the other tired parents and listen to a long concert that I am obligated to be at. Esther rolled her eyes. You should not be so excited about that, Archibald. It's odd. It's new for me. Well, I am glad you are happy. He looked down at her and added softly, I am the happiest man in the world right now, and I will always be indebted to you for that. Esther could not help but blush a little. They kissed, but now it was soft and familiar. Lust no longer controlled them. Pure love was the only emotion that remained. I love you, Archie, Esther whispered as he rested her head in the crook of his arm. After all the excitement and anticipation from the night faded away, Esther realized how tired she was. Archie too looked as she felt. They both had not expected the night to end like this, and it was sometime around midnight already. Her eyelids were heavy, and her body sank into the soft bed like a stone. Archie replied as Esther's eyes began to close, I love you too. That night Esther did not dream of the past. She did not dream of fairy tales or other worlds. Her sleep was not dreamless, however. Instead, what she saw was her family. Esther wore a soft denim dress that felt like a cloud around her with her hair pulled back into a bun. As she stepped out into the backyard, Grace was there sitting at the end of the dock with friends. Grace waved to her mother and stayed where she sat with her toes in the water. Esther's father relaxed in a hammock tied up in two ancient trees, swinging slowly with a soft smile on his face. He looked happy to be home. Turning and turning, she called out his name, but their eyes only met when Archie came from around the corner with a baby in his arms. Esther could not tell who looked happier, Archie or the infant. The little one was swaddled up in an ivory blanket Esther remembered once using with Grace. Archie held his child tightly and brimmed with pride as he looked down at the baby. The sky was a brilliant blue. The grass seemed a perfect shade of green. Everyone felt happy. Everyone seemed to glow with a golden aura from their own respective delights. For the first time, Esther knew she had found what she had been searching for after all this time after coming back to New York. Esther was at peace. When she woke from her euphoric dreams, the house was still and the bedroom was dark. The dark emerald shade of the bedroom walls added to the depth of darkness in this warm room. She turned to see Archie looking peaceful as the streetlight filtered through the thin gap in the window curtains. The Egyptian cotton sheets were soft and comforting, but Esther knew she had to go. Sliding out of the bed, Esther heard a soft murmur from behind her. Where are you going? She turned to see that Archie was actually awake, but his eyes were closed and his body remained still. She slid back toward him, feeling the heat of his skin against hers. It felt familiar and good to be there for one moment longer. I thought you were asleep, Esther replied as she draped her arm around his chest. Age hasn't been kind to me. The older I get, the less I sleep. Esther sighed, remembering that he wasn't much different when he was young either. His voice had a slight rasp from the dryness of the air, making him sound just a little more gruff and masculine. She did not realize he could be even more attractive, but lying there in the dim light perfectly at peace made him seem like a classical sculpture of a god. In her hazy imagination that still wanted to be in a dreamscape, Archibald was her own Pygmalion. Summoning him to life, he slowly opened his soft blue eyes and looked at her with a tender expression that relaxed every fiber of every muscle in her body. Peace exuded from him, and it was intoxicating. You didn't answer my question. Are you staying now? He asked her. Esther sighed again. I need to go home. I have to be there when Roberta gets up, and since she usually beats the sun, I think it's best if I don't linger here. Just one moment more, he whispered before breathing deeply and closing his eyes again. I can feel our baby with you lying like this. Esther noticed her growing stomach was next to his side where the softening parts of him gave way to the much stronger armor of her womb. With their future child lying between them, she felt Archie's hand wrapped around her and trace her outline. It was too soon for an unknowing eye to see it, but they both knew it was there. That was enough. Between the sheets, his hand gently glided across her cool skin. With her own ear rested against his chest and her hand over his heart, Esther could feel his pulse. Archie's heart beat slow and steady like a deep distant drum lulling her back to sleep. Esther closed her eyes to cherish the poignancy of the moment. "I still have to go," Esther finally said as encouragement for herself and less for Archie's benefit. "All right, I guess it works out well anyway." Archie groaned as Esther began to pull away. The words caused for Esther to pause and ask, "How so?" He opened his eyes to again, replying, "I'm flying to London. I arranged an early flight out of LaGuardia, and it will take time to get out there." Esther raised her eyebrows, giving him the chance to continue with his explanation. He rolled over slightly to look at her, sitting up and staring him down as she waited for her answer. "In all fairness, I didn't know last night was going to happen, and there never seemed like a good time to tell you." Esther, feeling more compassionate than stubborn, quickly yielded. She felt a sudden wave of chagrin wash over her as the idea of his departure sunk in. "How long will you be gone?" "A week. I have some business matters and some family matters to attend to. I would offer you to come with me, but I have a life here to attend to, as you say. Can I call you when I land this evening?" He smiled softly. "You'd better," Esther teased, and leaned down to kiss him on the lips. The kiss was soft, and yet it sent Esther soaring. The ability to finally let her walls down and be with Archie fully made such a simple act so very satisfying. When she felt the scruff of his cheeks in her hands and could taste the sweetness of his kiss, Esther felt alive. It made her want to sing and shout to the whole world. She felt like a star being born as her heart radiated joy she imagined to be every shade of color possible. Esther was a woman of color, but in that moment because she felt like a prismatic rainbow. In the quiet of the night, they both got dressed, and Esther led him out of the lake house. After locking up, they drove through the dark of night as the earliest risers in the city began to populate the streets. Window washers and catering trucks were their main companions through Manhattan. The smell of coffee and donuts could be smelled as they passed specific delivery trucks. It made Esther realize how hungry she was, but she did not complain. She had Archie's hand to hold as they sped down the streets and found themselves in front of her Brooklyn building. He pulled off the road 2 doors down and looked at her sleepily. "I'm going to miss you while I am gone." "You don't have to go." He sighed. "Actually, dear, I do. I have some arrangements to take care of that I think you'll be pleased about." Esther's interest peaked with, "What would that be?" "Let's just leave it as a surprise." Archie smiled. Esther huffed in a joking tone and leaned over to kiss Archie. Slowly, she savored the intimate moment that was to last her a week. Archie had a bit of morning breath, but she did not care. They lingered there for a few minutes, her hand pressed against his cheek as the other still intertwined with his on the shared arm rests between them. Pulling away, she knew Roberto would be up there any minute. "Bye, Archie." He kissed the back of her hand before releasing it. Archie did not want to let her go just yet. Looking at her with longing, he replied, "I love you." "I love you, too." She smiled, opening the car door. "Esther?" Archie called as she stepped out onto the sidewalk. Leaning back in, she looked at the love of her life and father of her children with the idea of those 2 labels for Archie entertaining her tremendously. "Yes?" "If you call my secretary, she can arrange for all your things to be moved out to Westchester County. I promise to be back before you leave for Michigan." "If I move now, how will I get to work?" "You can stay at our townhome in Manhattan for the time being." "Our?" "I'm going to send a lawyer by your office, but he will call you first. Also, I'll get a car for you to use when you want to head up to the house at the lake." "Get?" "Okay, I ordered a car for you too. Not a sports car though, I know that isn't you. Esther rolled her eyes, not surprised at Archie in the least. Okay, Archie. I love you. He smiled again, trying to garner a bit more favor. Love you too, babe. Call me when you get to Europe, she said with a wink, perking Archie up as she shut the door and watched him speed back down the street before the morning traffic could get worse. He had a plane to catch, and Esther needed coffee. She stopped in a French-style bakery across the street and got some croissants and a decaf for herself. She almost mistakenly ordered an espresso, but reminded herself that caffeine was off limits. Heading back to her apartment, she took the stairs and unlocked the door as Roberta was coming out of the second bedroom tying her plush robe into place. You just getting back? Roberta asked with her eyebrows raised. No, I threw these clothes on to get us some baked goods across the street. Esther held up the white box in her hand. Roberta either believed her or pretended and went along with Esther's fib. Either way, the woman gushed over the warm flaky pastry and then made herself a cup of coffee. Esther realized how tired she was as she thought she could smell the caffeine steaming out of the mug in Roberta's hands. Exhaustion overtook her when Roberta left to take a long bath before her evening train home to Louisiana. Esther's eyes shut hard as she collapsed onto her favorite sofa using her jacket for a pillow.
Chapter 12. Esther was rubbing cocoa butter on her stomach when she heard Archie's car pull up in the drive. Arriving the morning before in the bright yellow Fiat that had come from Italy Archie had purchased just for her. She had spent her day making shopping lists for the nursery upstairs. Left as a blank canvas by Archie on purpose, Esther sketched and sketched, having two completely distinct designs based on the gender of the baby. She was never big on gender roles, but dark moody florals just did not seem to go with a boy. If it was a boy, she had a design of stars and a grassy rug instead. His nursery would be a perpetual camp out with teddy bears and a play tent in the corner. As Esther looked at her designs further on the dining table, she liked the starry ceiling a bit more, and it seemed neutral enough. Archie pressed the keypad, smiling at her through the window. When he got the front door open, he took off his knit hat and pulled off his scarf. Archie called as a cliché joke, "Honey, I'm home." "Hi, Archie," she said, smiling at him before looking at the pages and wallpaper swatches again that she had pulled out from her work bag. She felt his strong arms wrap around her growing waist as he kissed the back of her neck. Her outfit of yoga pants and a bra was not the most elegant ensemble, especially with her curls up in an unkempt bun, but Archie did not seem to mind it. It was the gesture and touch that she had craved for so long. After everything, it was not lust she had been hiding from, but intimacy with the man who had seen her through her whole life. Now, Esther was living on a cloud as her reality became better than her dreams. "Are you going to be half-dressed every time I come home?" he asked her cheekily. "Well, I just got out of the shower, so I was hot. But since you let the Arctic air inside, I'm getting a bit cold." "We can't have that," Archie exclaimed, pulling away. She turned to see him taking off his cashmere sweater, leaving him in a fitted gray t-shirt. Pulling it over her head, she smelled the fabric of the luxuriously soft garment. It smells like you and plain travel." Archie smiled, pulling her close as he joked. "There is nothing more romantic than stagnant airplane smell." She laughed lightly, closing her eyes to find his lips against hers. It was so familiar to kiss him again, and the house did not feel like home until he was there. Even though she had grown up in the house, it looked so different that she was not accustomed to the feel of it. His touch, however, made anywhere and everywhere feel like home. "Is this new?" Esther finally asked as they both had to stop kissing in order to breathe properly. Archie nodded. "I got it from my cousin as a thank you gift when I saw her in London." "Why?" "Because I gave her my job and my controlling shares of the company." Esther stopped, eyes wide. It took her a moment to process what Archie had just revealed. Esther could not find any useful words. He sighed. "I've decided to retire. Not fully, though. I still have a 1/3 stake in the company, But with company going public in the stock market and the new baby coming along, I did not want to spend my time away from the family I am trying to build. It ruined my parents. I don't want it to ruin us. Besides, my cousin Zoe has been with the London branch for so long. She runs it like a ship, and that place is her baby. Other than her life partner and 3 dogs, the company is her world. And she was more than ready to take it on with the stipulation that my children would be the ones to take over if they chose. If not, her adopted son could keep it. It took a while for Esther to mull over the information. While she felt a bit miffed Archibald had not asked her about it, the surprise was nice, and at the end of the day it was his decision to make. As in love as they were, both Esther and Archie were independent people. Their lives outside of their relationship had always been important, and it had been prioritized enough to keep them apart. For Archie to end that chapter of his life was a big step, and Esther felt a swell of pride inside herself to know he was willing to give that part of him up. Finally, after a thoughtful deliberation in her head, Esther finally concluded aloud, "It will be nice to have you at home. It will make things easier." Archie tried to sweeten the deal by adding, "We won't need nannies or butlers if I am here, but I would like to keep the cleaning lady for this place if you don't mind." Esther waved her hands, quickly casting aside any doubts. "Oh no, Vivian is great. I want to keep her forever. I've never seen someone so good at folding sheets. I think she's great too." Esther waited for a long moment before finally asking, "So what are you going to do?" "I'll still be a board member at my mother's charitable foundations and for the company, but I would like to be primarily a stay-at-home dad. Maybe I can be like that former US president and take up painting dogs." "You? Painting?" Esther laughed loudly. Okay. It's not that hilarious." "It definitely is," Esther said as she tried to calm herself. "Sorry though. You could be a very good painter." "I wouldn't, but you're kind for saying that, Essie. However, I would like to invest in small businesses. Maybe be a partner in some restaurants or a certain design firm ready to grow." "You mean me and Hillary? If you two make a plan, just say how much you will need to hire new people or renovate or whatever. It's not like the money I just made selling that percentage of the company is all mine anyway." Esther remembered the short and stocky lawyer who had a lunch meeting with her before. Over an overpriced soup and salad, he explained to her in basic terms that she was becoming legally bound to the MacArthur estate, sharing all properties and wealth upon signing with Archie. He also explained that Archibald's will was being edited to make her, and after any descendants, the heirs of all that fortune. Looking at he numbers alone on those documents nearly faint, but after the quick signature of a waitress playing witness, it was all said and done. Once again, life with Archie was surreal, and she did not fully believe it until a courier came the next day with a package from that same stout lawyer man. Esther's wallet was now heavier with a new checkbook and several cards to high-end bank accounts that part of her felt afraid to even use. "Let me talk it over with my firm partner, and I will get back to you in the new business year." "Deal," Archie agreed, and looked down at Esther's project on the table. Letting her loose with one arm, he pointed to the drawings. "What are these for?" "The nursery here," Esther explained. "I have this dark floral rose wallpaper from a boutique vendor in the city that the girls' nursery would be built around, but I'm starting to love this boyish camping design more. I would have constellations painted on the ceiling, and that would be cool at any age. I mean, I'm kind of hoping for a boy anyway, but I won't be disappointed either way." "Really? I'm hoping it's a girl," Archie admitted. "I don't want a reason to pass on my name. James Archibald is a name that should have died in the 19th century. I've always wanted a daughter I could spoil and cherish, and maybe raise her to a badass CEO. You technically have one, remember?" He nodded. "How could I forget? Speaking of Grace, have you got everything packed for the flight out?" "I have my plane ready to leave at 10 in the morning tomorrow. I have my suitcase packed, and I got your duffel together too. I had the housekeeper help me pick out your suit for the concert, and there are a few options for your other outfits when we are there." "Oh, outfits," Archie joked in a high-pitched tone. "We should have a fashion show when we get to the hotel." "Okay, you try on the suit, and I will stay in my parka," Esther mocked back, ruining the teasing moment for Archie. "I'm hoping that I will see in you much, much less, Miss Boudreau." Archibald referring to her in such formal terms took Esther aback, and she hated to admit how much she was into it. Her hormones had started to settle down, but everything with Archibald was so new that she felt like an overeager teenager when feelings like this were broached. From the look he gave her, Archie knew she felt flustered, and he relished taking back the moment. She bit into her upper lip, looking away from his intent expression that drove her a bit wild. "We could do that tonight, maybe. If you would like to," Esther said as she took his spare hand from the table and intertwined her fingers with his. "I would like to. But would you like to go out for dinner first?" "Oh my God, yes," Esther exclaimed, the idea of romance and sex quickly leaving her brain as she continued admitting, "I'm starving." After a bit of turbulence on the flight over and some delays in departing from New York, they made it to the middle of nowhere, Michigan, where the Arts Academy took over the mass of the hamlet that bore its name. The students did support a small downtown, which seemed the only place for students to go if they wanted to get off of campus grounds. It was there that Archie had insisted on staying at the only independently owned accommodations that had a musically themed cafe on the main floor. Archibald had refused to stay in any cheap commercial motel, or in that sat outside of the town's limits off the highway like most parents visiting this weekend. Instead, their hotel was relatively quiet with only a few other guests to create noise down the halls of the tall brick building in the center of the main street. Esther and Archie only had a few hours before they had to get ready and head over to the concert hall, but neither of them wanted to go anywhere. They instead loitered around their room, which was tiny room just big enough to be a full suite. The pale blue wallpaper and ivory comforter made the small space look more comfortable and mimicked the tiled bathroom with old-fashioned toile wallpaper. Hanging up her garment bag, Esther could see from the corner of her gaze that Archie was twiddling his thumbs as he stared up at the ceiling, while his body lay perfectly still on the bed. "What are you thinking about, Archie?" she asked him. "Nothing really, but I am a bit nervous about tonight." "Why?" "Because I'm going to see her for the first time." Esther shook her head, stepping away from the tiny closet to where Archie lay still. He smiled at her, but his expression was not really focused on her. "She's no different than she was before. Grace is still Grace, and that did not change. I guess that's all I focus on right now." Esther smirked with a wicked little idea coming to her mind and whispered, "I can think of a couple things that could distract us both and kill a bit of time." Archie sat up, his expression reflecting Esther's as he got closer. She could feel his hands against her waist pressing against her skin and slowly losing their anxiousness as Archibald's body became more focused on her. In the previous times they had been together, eagerness and newness got acted as inhibitors to the experience. But Archie was now learning just where to kiss Esther to set her off. In the dark room, Esther crawled back into Archibald's arms to relish in the familiarity of it all. She could not get over how good it felt to be next to him or how good he smelled even when he was sweaty. Something primal ignited inside Esther, and she relished it. "Damn, I hate you," he whispered. "No matter what I do, I can't seem to get enough of you. You're like the worst drug ever made. I guess if you hate me, I can go get another room," Esther teased, pulling away, but he locked his arm around her waist. "Oh, you aren't going anywhere." She could not help but giggle like a stupid schoolgirl as he kissed her again. The moment was long and slow and soft, but as the clock ticked down it came time for them to get ready. Ordering room service, they ate eggs and toast in their hotel robes before getting ready. Lounging on the bed, they watched the local evening news and pondered the artificial look to the anchorman's hair. When the time came, Esther did her makeup just so and pulled on the new cocktail dress she bought. Archie buttoned himself up into his suit, but let Esther help get his tie right. They shared one last long kiss before they went out to face the world and their daughter. With the concert hall in walking distance, Esther could see the traffic down the hill as they arrived to the performance. They found seats on the mezzanine with a good view of the cello section thanks to a cheerful usher. The sex had helped Archie some, but Esther could see he never focused on the program in his hands. He still bounced his leg until the house lights dimmed down and the announcer welcomed everyone to the show. The thousands bulbs of the decadent modern chandelier that made the whole room glitter slowly filtered down to darkness. Eager to see how her daughter had decided to dress for her big concert, She remembered helping her pick out clothes for big events the day before. Esther missed those small moments, but she was nothing but happy for her daughter. Slowly, the lines of students came out from the edge of the stage. Secret doors opened on the far left to let out the cellists, and last out was their very own Grace. She sat out on the edge with a winning smile as she adjusted her music and got her instrument from beside her chair. Looking over to make sure Archie could see Grace, Esther paused and sat a bit stunned at the man beside her. Esther could see the way he looked at her now fully, staring at his striking expression. Archibald MacArthur looked like a man who was seeing the dawn for the first time. Esther realized then, as she looked back on her daughter, that he rather looked at Grace the way she had when the hospital staff put baby Grace in her arms. Only hours old, wrapped in her blanket, Grace may have been a teenager, but Esther saw her again that way too. Instead, now in the bright stage lights, she was dressed in a long black tulle skirt and silken blouse which she loved very much. Esther remembered the day they had shopped for that very outfit the week before she left for school. But she had never seen Grace wear her hair quite like it was in that moment. Her curls were finished around her face to be relaxed and loosened down to her shoulders and pinned back with a glittery black bow in her hair. "She looks like a princess," Archie whispered. "Yes, she does." Archie smiled, and the music quickly began. The famous suite filled the air, rising higher and higher. The students were all so in time that there could have only been one flute or one violin, but of course there were many. However, only one cello mattered out of the dozen playing before them. Archie nervously clutched Esther's hand, squeezing it as the music swelled into something new. Esther laughed lightly and leaned over to whisper in his ear, "Are you okay?" He turned his head to face her, making their noses almost brush as he replied quietly, "Only because you're here." The evening music was the best Esther had ever had, and it was definitely because her luminary of a child had been the first chair of her section. Brimming with pride, Esther ran to hug her as the students came out in the lobby. Wrapping her arms around Grace, Esther kissed the top of her daughter's head that smelled like hairspray and sweet perfume. "I'm so proud of you. That was amazing." Grace grinned and replied, "Thanks, Mom. Do you want to get something special? Archie and I can take you out to that bakery place you like." Esther gestured to Archie, but realized as she turned that he had hung back. A few feet away, he slowly stepped forward as Esther kept talking. "What about that hot chocolate place you like?" Grace nodded. "Let me go grab my coat from the check room before they close." In a few minutes, they were sitting across the street in a coffee shop and used bookstore. With all the furniture seemingly flea market finds, their chairs all came from different sets and their table was painted a sunny yellow. Esther admired the rows of tattered books and trinkets as Archie went and ordered at the counter before joining them. They all sat in the bookstore's cafe with the tall, busy shelves closing in on their small wooden table. The waitress brought over their pot of hot chocolate, and the steaming beverage poured out like thick syrup into their mugs. "It's very Parisian," Archie commented, not having any himself but happy to sip his sparkling water. Esther could feel the tension in her body, but it started to diminish as she consumed the sweet-tasting drink. Archie was hardly speaking, and it was making Esther nervous. She knew the time had come to reveal the truth to her daughter. Otherwise, Archie might die of anxiety right there with his glass of water clutched tightly in his hand. Esther sighed heavily. "Grace Margaret." "Oh no," Grace interrupted. "What's wrong?" "Nothing," Esther cried out, half laughing from the slowly building hysteria. Grace rolled her eyes. "You only use my middle name when you have something very serious to talk about," Esther admitted sheepishly. "It's about you and me, and Archie." Grace listened quietly as Esther explained the whole story. She did not ask questions or interrupt her mother. She only stared into the cooling cup between her hands. Esther made sure to sugarcoat the truth, but there was only so much Esther could gloss over. When Esther finished, Grace looked up with tears in her eyes. Archie, trying not to cry too, looked just like his daughter as he grasped his cup. "Are you okay?" Esther asked, reaching out to her baby girl. I guess it's just a lot. And Dad knew, and he never told us? We can't be mad at him, I know, but it is just so much to process." Archie finally spoke up after sitting so quietly the whole time. Grace, I just want you to know that this changes nothing. I know we've been getting along, and I was happy for that. I never expected any of this to come up, and as your mother told me when I was nervous to see you today, you are still the same girl, Grace. Joshua Foster is still your father. Nothing changes that. He changed your diapers and taught you to walk. He got you your first instruments. Even if I am your biological parent, that does not change how much he loved you. I just hope that we can keep being friends, and maybe be a family, Grace offered with a weak voice and smiling. She was crying, but Esther could see that neither of them were sad. Archie reached out and took her hand. For the first time, he held the hand of his first child and began to talk of happier things. They talked about Christmas at the lake house and summers in Europe. Archie talked about the places where Mozart and Beethoven made their music he could show Grace, and Esther could not feel happier. They sat there until the counter girl had to close up shop. Archie and Esther walked along in the cold down the quiet downtown street after walking Grace back to campus and her residence hall. There wasn't much to this town, and they could be at their boutique hotel in the near distance after a few minutes. Esther held Archie's hand tightly as they strolled. She could not believe how happy she felt. She felt like a brilliant star even though there were none to be seen in the sky. The night was shrouded by heavy clouds that hung with the smell of ice. "It smells like snow," Esther told Archie, looking up to the sky before turning to meet his gaze. Archie's eyes were stunning the street lights. A single car passed them, illuminating them both in their finery. Esther could not forget that every inch of Archibald was debonair in that suit. It was perfectly fitted to his body, clinging to the muscles in his arms and chest. Even through his overcoat, Archie looked like a fashion magazine come to life. He seemed beyond handsome, but still the sparkle in his eyes caught Esther in their magic. As the slowly continued, Esther remained mesmerized by him. "How can it smell like snow?" he asked. "The dampness, the ice," Esther said, shrugging. Archie smiled, deciding to be cheeky and frustrating to Esther as he retorted, "It did not call for snow." "Well, I can tell you it will," she announced like a petulant child. "Do you not believe me?" "I do." Archie grinned. "There's snow in your hair." Esther looked away from Archie. Sure enough, a fine powder floated down from the sky. It was not much, but it was there in her palm as she reached out her free hand. "I was right," Esther whispered, even more delighted than she was before. "Yes, you were. I guess it is just another reason I should marry you." Esther looked back at Archie, forgetting the winter weather for a moment as she noticed that he had pulled out a blue velvet box. Inside was a stunning pear-shaped diamond ring set in a platinum band. Underneath the rounded bottom was a companion band with tiny diamonds accenting the engagement ring. The platinum band of the main ring had ornate filigree decorating it. Esther was left speechless as she stared at the amazing piece of jewelry. "I got Grace's blessing when you went to the bathroom, and I thought I would wait until we got back to New York. She loved the idea, and part of me thought it might be a good gift for you to open Christmas Day. Obviously, I was too excited to wait. This was the other thing I had to do in London. I had it at my flat there in Kensington, and I had the wedding band made to match. However, the engagement ring was your mother's," Esther interrupted. "Yes, but first it was my grandmother's ring. She was flapper who spent most of her time in France. But when she was in London for the debutante season, she met a young son of an earl. He was supposed to be courting another girl, but they fell in love and eloped to America. He got her this ring as soon as they got off the boat." "That's amazing, Archie. She was a fearless woman, but I think you are the one woman who could ever compete with her. It seems fitting that you would have her ring. Would you like me to get on one knee?" No, please don't. Do you not want to date first? Get to know each other again. I've known you for so long, Esther. I have been wanting to marry you since we were teenagers, and the feeling never changed. I love you so much, Esther Boudreau. Will you please be my wife? James Archibald MacArthur, you have devoted your life to me, even when weren't together. You gave me everything in my wildest dreams. You've always been my friend. We are having another child together. It seems there is only thing left to say. Esther faked a frown until she beamed brightly and held out her left hand. Of course, Archie. He took out the engagement ring and slid it on her finger. As Esther admired it there, the ring seemed that it had always been hers. It looked so right on her finger, and she swelled with joy as she looked at her new fiancé. His face was shining brighter than street lights around them. Grinning from ear to ear, Esther kissed him without reservation or decorum in mind. She did not care who could see them on that tiny downtown street. It was as if they were standing in a snow globe and frozen in time because every part of the moment was picture perfect. Esther did not feel the cold. She did not sense the ice melting on her skin. She could only feel her heart racing and Archibald's touch against the back of her neck as they took each other in kissing there on the empty street. Standing there embracing the love of her life as the snow began to collect around them, Esther felt that her life was as perfect as life could ever be.
Epilogue. The hotel was every New Yorker's dream, decked out in wintry greenery and white blossoms of every floral fragrance. The brick walls were illuminated by glowing ivory and gold paper lanterns of every shape and size. The Beekman was a place of history and magic, and the only thing more wondrous than the venue was the menu Esther planned with the resident celebrity chef. The whispers of her waiting audience echoed through the cracks in the antique wood and throughout the space. Through the closed doors, Esther could see her aisle was illuminated by the custom chandeliers with a bed of white petals lining her path to the man of her dreams. 50 loved ones flanked the aisle, but he was the only one who mattered. In his pristine tuxedo, he whispered with the justice of the peace, making the older woman laugh. Hillary and her father were waiting impatiently as Esther took her one peek, capturing the image in her mind. Designed by the same woman who designed bridal dresses for the finest of British royalty, Archie had surprised her for her birthday in usual Archibald fashion. The gown was decorated in little beaded stars appliques on the ethereal overlay that stretched into a sweeping train. The creamy chiffon of the bodice and in the layers below felt light to the touch and wore as if it had been woven out of a cloud. Her body felt enveloped in a soft silken breeze. The designer made a tiara of stars to match, and the beauty artist had braided her hair up into a crown to accentuate the delicate details of her hair accessory. From the base of her neck a layer of tulle swept downward for her veil, and Esther had worried all morning it would hurt to carry such a length of fabric anchored onto her with a plastic hair comb. She could not wait to see the look on Archie's face. Esther bent down to adjust the fit of her satin kitten heels, nervous about stumbling suddenly. Page 6 gossip columns had been fussing about this event for weeks. Ever since the large ovular diamond had shown up on Esther's finger, commentary about the rich and fabulous had shifted to her. It took some time to have people talking about her like they did now, but none of that seemed to matter. All that mattered was getting down that aisle in one piece without tripping or breaking out into a run to finally meet her Archie at the end. "Dad, can I lean on you if I fall?" Esther whispered, brushing the fabric of her veil into its proper place. "You can lean on me as long as you need to, baby girl," he replied with a smile in his usual deep velvety voice. Grace came out from the bathroom in the lobby, still holding the sleeping infant in her arms with a white sphere of blossoms for the flower girls to share. The infant looked a bit comical with noise-canceling earmuffs making the world a place of perpetual quiet for her, but to the rest of the wedding she looked laughable in the bedazzled domes nearly the size of her tiny head. Both daughters were in gold dresses and crowns of rosebuds, designed to coordinate with the designer gown Esther wore. "My two favorite girls," she exclaimed with a whisper, kissing each of her babies on the cheek. The baby squirmed but did not wake up at the touch of Esther wiping off her lipstick. Esther fussed with her older girl's skirt as she nervously looked over the hem beginning to lose its crispness. Asking softly as not to disturb the baby out of habit, Esther said, "Are you going to be okay with just you and Nora for the week? Grandma is staying with us, and the nanny will come over every afternoon as usual. We will be fine. Please don't let your worries ruin Rome for you too. If anything, you need to make sure that Archie keeps away from work for the week." If it was anything like our Independence Day in Westchester, he's going to miss his work phone after about 2 hours after arriving. Hillary smiled wickedly, smoothing the evergreen silk she wore. Oh, I think there will be too much to occupy his thoughts to worry about the company next week. So many sweet things, I don't know if a week will be enough. Esther poked her friend, taking her bouquet of winter greenery, fragrant with the scent of herbs and fir. White roses and anemone's blossoms intermingled with the eucalyptus and fern fronds. She clasped it tightly in one hand as she took her father's arm in the other. Hillary tapped on the door, and the wedding coordinator cued the string quartet. A man in white gloves opened the doors, revealing her as everyone turned to see the bridal party make its entrance. Starry-eyed and radiating with excitement, the beauty of the impeccable ceremony fell away. As she followed her father down the aisle, she saw nothing but him. She saw his endless blue eyes. She admired his boyish grin. He may have grown and matured over the years, but Esther could see the same foolish teenager that she had adored all those years ago. He was still her Archie MacArthur, and this was their new beginning. The end.
Hey there. Did you know that we've other hot romances like this that we want to release? But we need your help. Subscribing shows us that you're part of our journey and allows us to make more of these stories at a higher quality. So please, my queen, subscribe to the Romancely YouTube channel now. Thanks. Now back to your story.